and a muffin, but
So it was the day for that.
We're gonna have you go first since you don't feel well.
Hi, Chuck.
Andy, what's up?
Much. How are you feeling? Are you feeling better?
It's a good day, you know how it is. How you doing, Sheila?
I'm good. It was nice to hear the pledge chime in.
What?
It was nice to hear you chiming in with the pledge.
Yes.
Okay, where are we at here?
Say it loud, say it proud, always have since. You know what I mean?
That's recent, then, isn't it?
Huh. I don't know about you, but I was wondering why the dinosaurs disappeared.
We appreciate you coming in. I know you still don't feel very good.
Yeah, it's okay. Get my computer up and going. I have several things to discuss on my budget. So I'm not sure where you guys want to start.
Let's start with the wages.
Wages.
We made a vote the other morning to do a little bit towards folks that weren't already kind of eighth of a quarter or whatever percentage towards the midpoint. Your position actually is like just where it fell was just outside of that, or within that point. So there is a little bit of a difference based on those calculations, but not huge.
Yeah.
The total, let's see here.
Well, also with mine, I don't know if you guys received them, I sent paperwork. I know that there was a wage study that was done. I don't agree with the numbers that were in the wage study, but that again is just my opinion. The numbers that you have on the spreadsheet, you guys do have this, correct?
Right.
Okay. These are for the wage numbers for directors and deputy directors from 43 counties throughout the state of Indiana for the year of 2022. There are a couple different ways that this is laid out. One way is laid out by pay, others by call volume, because I do not necessarily count 100% population because we have a lot of commuter population within our county due to the state parks and so on. So our call volume is a lot higher than what people typically would have with the population that we have within our county. Based on call volume out of the 43 counties that submitted numbers and they have a director, we've come in at number 28 out of 43. And my pay out of that same scale lands at number 40. The average director pay out of the 43 counties that submitted is the $58,668.17. I did request in this year's budget for a pay raise for myself. Cause I was able to bump my people up to the mid-range. So I've been here, it'll be going on 3 years. So I put myself starting at the low end, or not the low end, at the high point as my base pay. After you take in my longevity, which this number does not take in longevity from the rest of the counties in the state, that takes me to, I believe I put it on my budget sheets for 54 and something. I have it, I just gotta find it.
54,415.
Yes. So that is what I'm asking for myself. Is the 54,415.
I also want to point out that when you were hired with the promise that if you hired in at that amount, that it would raise in
Yeah, that there would be an evaluation after my 1 year, to reevaluate my pay. And that didn't happen. Also, with myself, whenever I came in, the job description that I was sent when I first applied, did not state anything about needing an education component, a college degree or anything. When the new job descriptions came out, it came out stating that you then needed some sort of a college education. So I'm kind of piggybacking a few things on this because after watching budget hearings for the last couple days, there's several things that I think need to be brought up. But my job description changed from not needing a college degree to needing a college degree, but yet my pay never changed, and I have a college degree. Plus I have multiple certifications, any certification you can have within public safety for 911 I have. Plus I'm also an instructor and teach dispatchers across the nation, all of the courses that I am also certified in. So, I feel like my education level is there for the position I have. But the pay has never reflected that.
So the job description that was last done for your position, that does not have, or it does have a requirement?
It does now,
It does.
but when I was hired, it did not.
Should it have that in there, or should it not?
I don't know, because it was approved when, and Sam could probably speak on this a little bit more, because he was here when it happened, but my understanding is when you created my position, there was a job description that was created through advisory board. I believe commissioners, possibly you guys signed off on the job description to create the position. And then you guys had the company come in and do the job descriptions countywide. And then that's where it changed from that education component, from what was originally approved by boards to create my position to then when the company came in.
So let's try to pull that up here and take a quick look at that. And that was done, and the end of 2020 is kind of the time frame where that was, it kind of came out and was reviewed in the middle of COVID there.
But I know that those were sent out prior to me being hired and the working of the new wage study. I know the wage study wasn't released and the job
Right,
descriptions
because you
weren't
started
released.
in 19.
I started in 19 and all of that was done prior to me coming in.
Okay. So,
And I'm not saying that I disagree with the current job description of needing at least an associate's degree, however, everybody that was in my hiring process,
no, never.
none of those people have an associate's degree either, so even if anything was to happen and I was to leave, no one in the dispatch center would be able to fulfill my position.
It seems like a very, not that it's a high bar necessarily,
Right.
but it just seems like it could really hamper your ability to hire someone. But it does say associate's degree in business administration, public administration, computer science, or public safety. And I mean, not, a lot of people don't have a degree, other than high school.
Right.
They might have a lot of training.
And I just don't know what other, besides judges and prosecutors,
Right.
require an additional level of a degree outside of just high school education to be able to fulfill that position. Because I know you're not gonna take somebody off the street that's never done the job and put them in this position. Years of experience in doing this job is actually worth a lot more than a college degree for this position.
Yeah,
I remember back when we did promise you a review, because she came in at I felt at a reasonable pay, to get started, and I think we really need to take a serious look at this morning. I don't know how we replace her with the requirements of this new job description. We need to take care of her, yeah.
Well, I think that the associate's degree requirement should be struck from that. I think that should be an update that's made. And then in turn, you know, we talked yesterday, we voted on drafting, like a rework to the education part to that. I don't know if you caught that on. And so then any position that doesn't already require it would qualify for we were also upping the amount. So an associate's degree would be 50 cents, a bachelor's. What kind of degree do you have?
It's an associate's.
Associates.
Homeland Security and Public Safety Administration.
Okay, so, and that's fantastic. So,
My line of work.
yeah, so, you know, that would be right on target. And what was it, folk dancing? If you do have any folk dancing? That was something we were concerned about, and there's a lot of people that have that, but anyway, it's very applicable. It matches that. It'd be 50 cents or the equivalent since your position's exempt, so there's a flat dollar amount in there. We've not formalized that, so we don't know how that'll end up, but there would be something there that would add into it. The other part of it, you definitely should, in my opinion, you know, you certainly deserve it. A lot of people deserve the extra, but, you know, again, we talked about having a direction when we started the hearings, and we've been holding most everybody to that. So I don't know, you know, if we go further with filling the gap, because we know what that midpoint is, that would be more money towards the position. And if we did have extra, we said we would do that. So I don't know. I don't know what the best approach would be.
So my follow-up to that is, I'm thinking of wording because I'm really not trying to irritate people.
And you can be open with whatever.
Okay.
This is open.
I was gonna say,
We're not gonna
I-
take offense to anything you say.
I've never held back on anything when I.
You just tell us what you're thinking.
So, you just took Suzanne and planning, GIS and mapping to 45,1552. She only works 35 hours a week. She does not manage a 24-hour facility. There is also no one that she has to supervise or manage anybody. I am public safety. In the state of Indiana, my department is first responders. And you just brought her pay up to the same as mine, minus $700.
I mean,
And I
it's
work
a
40
good
hours a
point.
week and manage a 24/7 facility, so that's my, I know it's comparing apples to oranges, but when you come down to the dollar amount, it's, you know.
It's a valid point, and there's no question that anytime we vary or have a variance away from what we already have in job descriptions and target numbers, it starts to get murkier and murkier as to where to put that, how to determine that, because again, none of us are professionals in determining what the exact type of classification would be or what the best wording would be for a job description or even where the dollar amount really should be. All we have to work with is what we have now to work with.
Right.
So that's a shot in the dark, no doubt, with the example you shared.
Well, I also feel like the paperwork that I've provided, that gives the average from 43 counties is not a shot in the dark. That's
No, that is more valuable.
in my job and doing the exact same thing that I do, so, I feel like to me, this is able to stand more, should hold more weight and measure than what the wage study did.
And I think that if that's the case, then we would need to update the wage study or update other parts and do the same thing for everybody. Because it is dated, and there's been a lot that's happened in this last 2.5 years that's impacted wages. But we should commit to doing that for all the positions and make sure they're recalibrated. But you can only do a couple of things at a time. It gets so complicated. How do you slice through that? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
Well, I want to interject here. I think we have a qualified individual running an office, and I believe she's very well due a raise. Can your balance sustain this kind of raise? Okay. And I know what we're saying, these documentations are saying, but let's just shoot from the hip here. We have an individual. Could we replace her and get the quality that we have? I mean, she has proven herself for 3 years. I'm very well satisfied.
Oh, no question.
And she's absolutely right. We took a building department, not a supervised position. She takes care of her own business. And you have how many people plus all the other state and federal requirements upon you. I want to give her what she's due, and I believe, would you settle for the 54 something that you put in there?
Well, that's one thing that I want to discuss. And so, well, there is, so clearly, we try to maintain some semblance of fairness. We can't always do it. But, with that, Kathleen, in most of the cases, and especially the general fund, we are trying to get folks, to that mid-level raise point. And I heard you say that yours is the high.
Yes, is the high point with my, years of service, longevity, sorry.
Is that what you have up there?
Yeah, that's the paper that I'm looking off of. That with my 3 years of service, that's what takes it to the 54,414, 15.
But when we talk about midpoint, are we talking about base pay, or are we talking about after longevity and all
Well,
of that?
I'm just saying, we're not reaching the midpoint with everybody in the general fund, for example. We're trying to get there. And so my question is, are we jumping to the high point on, an individual, and everybody else is staying low midpoint, basically? Or is there room in the middle to give her a raise and, without going the max? So,
What is midpoint?
Well, the midpoint is 48, let me see here, basically 49,000. The high point is 54. Again, that it's not gonna jive with her real-time figures today. This is 2+ year-old data. So.
What's your current rate? What's your current yearly rate?
After my longevity this year, what should be budgeted would be 45,750.89.
So you're asking for essentially a $10,000 raise.
So now I'm going to make a comment off of what you said, that you're trying to keep everybody in general funds at midpoint. As you guys know, my budget is not general. I have my own tax. I also receive money from the 911 board. Again, I'm going to reiterate, my department is public safety, and we are deemed first responders by the state of Indiana. You allow, and I'm not picking on Chris, the EMS, or Sheriff's Department, but they are also public safety, and they are also first responders, and you allow Chris to take his medics $1 or $2 above high. You allowed Sam to take his deputies $1 or $2 above high. You gave Matt a raise of $18,000 by taking them to a buck high, which is even higher than what is stated in the wage study for what match should be. So I feel like you're trying to hold some departments' feet to the wage study, but then you're not holding other departments' feet to the wage study. And I fall
Absolutely.
within the same classification.
I totally agree.
And understand
It makes this so
that
complicated.
I preface this
Yeah.
with, we try, but there are some instances where we don't succeed.
Uh-huh.
So
Yeah.
it's not a perfect science by any means.
Chuck has something.
I'm not sure why we have to have this debate for the third year in a row. We had promised that we would do something over time.
Sure.
Again. And this fund is a separate fund unto its own, the 911 dispatch. It is not pulled out of the general fund. It is clearly able to handle that. It would keep her in place. I don't want to lose her. I think she's awesome.
That's right.
Okay, and if we had to replace her, I'll guarantee you, nobody's coming down here from any other county to take it for 40 grand.
Yeah.
So I think as proposed, we should accept it
Okay.
because it is sufficient and self-funding. And I know that other people will not like that, but you know what? Where we can do it, we should do it.
I'm not opposed in any way to a raise for.
I know you're not, I'm just trying, what really concerns me is that we're going over the same thing. This poor woman has come to us on 6 different occasions to include outside of budget hearings to try and get her department up to snuff. And I mean, we gotta remember, she came into the position before that building was even done. She helped get that 911 dispatch center up and running. Okay, and it's time that we held up our end of the bargain when we said we were going to try to do something. It's now the 3rd year in a row. It's time to do it.
I think I'll make a motion that we grant her the 54,415.
I'll second it.
Motion made by Nick, seconded by Chuck. Any other discussion?
Just a couple points, and you know where I'm gonna vote, but I really appreciate, what you do, of course, but I feel we should stick with kind of a plan or a structure, but just for the record, consideration, fair discussion. We have a number of elected officials that have not fallen into the zone according to what we decided the other day, that also are of similar level of department heads that are appointed that need more than what it's at, but there's really nothing happening there. The other is, just for the record on the job description, I did look back at our emails and you did review them and approve and sign off on it. So just for the fairness of the record, that's not been an unknown, and you were very much a part of the process on the job description and the classification for that. But again, my vote's not against you personally, it's just the general overview here of what's going on and how this stuff is being managed, so. But I'll respect, the other.
I'd also, based on what
No
you said,
problem
I'd
with-
also like to remind everyone that those numbers are 2 years old.
They are, no doubt.
So if no further discussion, all those in favor? All those opposed? Are you abstaining?
No, I voted.
Oh, you did? Well, I didn't see you. I'm sorry. Were
How
you?
did you vote, Andy? 'Cause we don't.
Yay.
So motion carried.
All right, so the dollar amount, let's get this plugged in here. This is base pay. Is 54. 415,
Yes.
Yes.
we're rounding up, so,
I
just to confirm.
was basing, that would be after longevity, is what I based
Oh, I see.
that on. Now, I'm not gonna say no.
Well, it's not that far off, so let's just, see what we've got here. if I use 53.8 as a clean number,
Mhm.
with the longevity and the where it falls in the year, the budget amount would be 54,416. How does that sound? That
She's
matches.
willing to accept.
Dollar a raise in less than 2 minutes.
All right, so the amount for the appointed pay would be 54,416. And then we have for the rest of it, we have a split where the other wages are in the other fund, but then there's some FICA and perf, and the holiday is in a different place. So we might need to jump around here to fill in those remaining numbers.
Yeah, you still wanna continue on wages, or do you?
Yeah,
wanna stay
keep
with
going on
12.32?
wages, definitely.
Okay, so
Mhm.
wages, regular wages is out of my 12.35. So what I submitted was, since they did get their raises, I'm gonna contradict myself here just a second. So, they did get their raises at the beginning of this year to take them to the midpoint of the 1708. There were discussions about changing longevity to everybody to the 20 cents instead of like, well, my people gonna receive this 80 cents an hour. So this wage reflects that 20 cents that I'm requesting in the longevity instead of the
Oh, I
8 cents.
see.
Because I know longevity, education, none of that stuff has been talked about or determined at the beginning of the meetings when that usually happens. So that's what this number is. So if you plugged in and just changed the date and it didn't change anything, that's what this is changing.
Got it. I've got the baseline numbers, without the longevity, because we didn't do that, and it needed more time, and there hasn't been any more discussion on it. But if you were to, go with the normal structure, the amount would be 370,534.
So, with this is when I'm going to somewhat contradict myself. And I 100% understand. In the wage study, if you look at the wage study, we fall in the same classification as jailers. And you guys just approved to pay for jail officers to 1928. Where my people are still at 1708. So that is, again, a difference of $2.20.
You were just given a raise when?
I got it approved outside of cycle to go into, to start January of 22.
So we're 7 months into a raise, and
I know it looks like I'm coming back to the well again, I 100% understand that.
The point is clear though, and
Yeah.
and that is a complication, and that's what happens when these decisions are made. But it was just given, and
Yeah,
the courts, we took them to the midpoint, there was nothing further for them, and generally folks that were already put to the midpoint earlier in the process, and I'm talking in the year, none of them had changed or went further than that. They kind of just stayed stagnant or the same. Stagnant's not a good word, but you know what I mean,
Right.
it stayed the same. But the point is valid.
yeah, that's my only comment is, like Chuck said, I came in multiple times asking for raises for my people, and it was very clear that I was gonna have to stick to the midpoint, and that's what we eventually ended up getting approved. And then, like you said, 7 months later, then you turn around into another department that falls in the same job classification on the wage study that was provided, gets approved out above even the higher. So that's my comment.
Training, the sheriff in his proposal backed all that out. I'm not saying we should back it out for everybody, but the training is a little bit off, and I think it was because of maybe what was done previously versus now, and it just kind of continued, but it's something that eventually will need to be addressed or cleaned up because, and we've talked about this before, the training is for things that are not normally required of the job. So if you have a dispatcher that's supposed to be, they're all supposed to be IDACs. I mean, you can't dispatch if you don't have that, but we're already paying them to do the work, but then we're paying them another 11 cents an hour for IDACs, but that's already required. So we're kind of double paying. Now, it's not big money, but we should at some point try to clean that up. And my only suggestion is if the council does decide to go further on the wage, please consider cleaning that up or backing that out. I'm not saying we take it away now from people and reverse it, because most of them are getting that 55 to 44 cents an hour for it. But I do think moving forward, it should almost be a little grandfathered and then cleaned up if you're gonna do a little extra amount, if that makes sense. Now, there may be, and I guess I should ask, are there any trainings that are more unique or different from the actual job itself that's out there? Okay, you know, that not everybody necessarily would have or need, but someone has it, and that's an extra bonus for your department, or to have that individual's expertise. So, but there probably are also a list or a baseline number of trainings that probably really wouldn't qualify for it, and I'll just leave it at that, so.
Also, just information. The end of last week, sorry, I got a tickle and it's happening, I don't. I went on to Indeed. The current dispatch centers that are posted in Indeed right now is Greene County. They're starting dispatchers at $19.51 an hour. Bartholomew County, which is Columbus, is starting at $19.14 to $22.99 an hour. Monroe County is starting at $21.48 up to $25.13 an hour. Shelby County is at $18.46 an hour. Washington County is $17 to $18 an hour. And then I spoke with Clay County and they're $17 to $18 an hour.
Kathleen, I hear what you're saying. Here's the thing, whatever you're asking for, are you gonna be able to sustain this?
I can sustain it through 2025.
And you're confident of that?
Yes.
We would get, what are you asking for, the mid-range? Are you asking for what
Well, no.
people pay to sheriff departments?
She has the projections on these spreadsheets for
Yeah.
25, 24, into the next 3 or 4 budget years here.
I guess I'm not, I'm providing the information to you because like I said, and like Andy even said, 7 months later, I'm already asking for raises.
What was that raise 7 months ago?
It was $1.69 an hour. It went from $14.39, $15.39 to $17.08. So I'm providing the information of what surrounding counties are paying dispatchers, so.
You're a straight shooter, let me ask you one question, what's the morale of your people?
It's better. It's a lot better since we got the raise. Now, I am fully staffed, finally. I am not fully trained because we have 3 people that we still can't leave by themselves for any more than a half hour or so. But that comes with the job as they learn the job, so. And also those people are not going to be left by themselves, they'll always have someone with them, so. But yeah, I'm just providing the information, and if you decide to do something about it based on the information I'm providing, then.
I'm sorry, could you tell us one, did you say you're fully staffed?
You have to keep knocking.
I couldn't quite understand the other part, I heard something staffed.
Fully staffed, not fully trained.
Thank you,
Yeah,
okay,
there's a big difference.
big difference.
So in this raise, in this new regular wages, it's went up about $40,000. Last year. Are you looking at the increase of the 8 cents to the 20 cents on longevity? Is that what you've worked in there?
Yes, that's the only thing I did with regular wages,
Which
was the
would
8
give-
cents to the 20 cents.
Okay, which would give 12 cents an hour to all your individuals that work for you. So the new ones, that's not a lot, but then again, if you've got some with 8 or 10 years, you're a 10-year person getting an extra $1.20 an hour, does that sound right?
Yeah, so on the wages, just based off of the number that Anton gave us, if we left it flat with the 8 numbers versus what I put in with the 20 cents, just wages, not spike a perf or anything, it's a $6,000 difference, not quite a $6,000 difference.
I'm sorry.
I'm just trying to figure the $6,000.
So what we have to budget for this year, based off of their $17.08 an hour, their longevity, at the current longevity rate, Anton gave a number of $730,534. The number that I came up with giving them the longevity increase from 8 cents to 20 cents an hour is $376,171.
What we got here, yeah, that's at the 20 cents an hour.
Yeah.
Which would give, what's the average time that your employees have? 5 years?
My average employees now,
Just
no, is probably,
It looks to be
average is
4.
probably like, I was
Three.
like 3, yeah.
Okay, so it would amount to 60 cents an hour. It wouldn't, because they're already getting 24, so it would amount to a quarter an hour.
Mhm.
Okay.
Going back to your projection out to 2025, on your projection, what exactly are you basing the projection on, and why can't you go beyond 2025?
Because, so that is keeping my revenue flat, that is no revenue increases, which the only place I have for revenue to increase with the way it is currently set up is through the income tax that my 0.1% comes out of. And I believe Anton said that that's projected to go up maybe 3% this year.
Yeah.
But that is keeping revenue flat, cause I don't like to
No, that makes sense.
build in.
I just wanna know, because the question again was initially, how is it sustainable?
Yes.
And when you tell me it's sustainable through 2025, I need to know why you think it's that way.
That's because of
That's
my,
because you maintained a flat line.
yeah, and that's my current, also using my cash balance.
Well, I guess there's another reason for economic development to get us new businesses and residents in the county.
Income tax, yeah.
I would-
Tax base is critical.
Tax
Yep.
base needs to be increased. Appreciate your honesty, I love that. You're awesome.
So in essence, if we grant what you're requesting in that line item at 376, that is the 8 cent to the 20 cent.
Yes,
Okay.
that's the 8
I wanna
cent
get
to the
that
20
clear.
cent. So I do wanna let you know, because I am honest with you guys, if you look at the sheet, you'll see that my totals for 2023 shows me at negative $78,000. But I should have a rollover of roughly $300,000 of cash balance. So that's how I'm covering these, and why I say I can only get to 2025 is because that, you guys saw it in your own budget, or in your own, when we ended up with our million negative, or how much of 2 million negative, is because we're relying on cash balance. Eventually that cash balance goes away and it doesn't replenish itself. So that's why I'm saying that I can cover it until 2025. After that, I'm going to need some help, be it general fund. There's also other avenues that could be taken to get some assistance. I don't know if I want to air that in open public meeting, but I would like to talk to some people about that, because that is still an option.
So what is the revenue now? You still get the guaranteed 278 or so from the state, right?
The guarantee from the state annually is $288,096.
When does that next get recalibrated? Isn't it every
Doesn't.
3 years that they okay.
So that does not get recalibrated unless there is a request to do it. There's always been requests to do it.
Mhm.
However, it is extremely expensive for the state to do that because it has to go before legislature
Yes.
and all of that kind of stuff. You understand?
Yes.
So, that's why it has never been changed since they implemented it. There has been talks, we do have a new statewide 911 director. He used to be the Monroe County director.
Yeah, I met him a month ago, yeah.
Yes.
He's
very
he
nice.
graduated from Owen Valley, if I'm not
Graduated from Owen
mistaken.
Valley,
Yeah.
yes. And there is the potential, I do know that there are also some other pushers from some of the larger agencies in the state to try to get this looked at, because currently the 911 fees is only $1 a month
You're
per
right.
cell phone, which is actually very low. So, they're wanting to try to increase that. To increase that takes the legislature change, which then at the same time of doing that, then they would look at the reevaluation of what they submit.
Well, that's something we need to push for
Yes,
every year,
yeah,
because that is a huge lifeline to this whole operation. It's not the whole amount, but it's a big chunk.
yeah, and for
Yeah.
us,
Yeah.
it would be good because in the time that it takes to get that done, it might be bad for us if they were to do it right now, because our population is not as high as it has been, or I believe what this rate was set at.
Oh, I
With
see.
the housing additions and everything coming, because it's based off of population, it's not based off of how many cell carriers would be, they get money from that reimbursed to you. It's based off of your population, so.
So you have the 288 that comes in, and then on the income tax side, we have 0.1%, and that's probably 460, we were talking about the other day.
It's 431,297.04.
Okay, and then what miscellaneous revenue do we on average get as far as supplementals and that kind of thing?
I do not get any additional revenue within dispatch. The only thing that we have the potential to get, but it is never promised, is from the statewide
Right.
911 board in October, because that's usually when your mortgages, you can only hold so much in the bank before you get a check back.
Yeah,
I'm sure you understand.
escrow, yeah.
Yep, so they do a hold harmless distribution, however, since the state of Indiana is implementing mandatory training standards for 911 dispatchers, and the state 911 board pays for most of that training for us, there is the possibility that they call it the hold harmless distribution in October, could not happen, so that's why they tell us do not anticipate it happening.
I see.
So we could still get a disbursement this year. Last year's disbursement, let me get to that really quick, and our disbursement has went up gradually each year for the hold harmless. That is the only other type of revenue. However, like I said, we can't, I'm not finding it right now.
And also to the credit of the state too, they've taken on a lot of expenses.
They have.
And systems related things that we normally were paying for, and it was outrageous, and we don't have to pay for it anymore.
Yeah, like I said,
So,
they pay for all of our training. They also pay for our Texty TTY services, which is huge. That's the text to 911. They pay for quite a bit. Last year, our hold harmless distribution was just under $45,000.
okay,
But like I said,
let's not count on that.
they say you can't count on it because it's not the expected, so.
So right now, with the totals based on where the wages are at now, the decision that was just made on your position and some of the other numbers, and I'm just throwing out a rough number, I'm not comparing the totals quite yet, but the income part is $719,393. And then on the expense side,
I have 790, 783, 86,
It's-
75.
close, it's 789 and some change. And so there's about a $70,000 deficit here
Yeah.
in the plan. And the cash balance, you mentioned, considering both funds, the aggregate cash balance is about 300,000 right now.
It is, at the end of this year, I should have roughly 300,000.
And the only reason why that's there is because from the previous years, we've grown, you know, we've increased the wages, we've added a position here or there. Some of those other expenses dropped off and it's just grown, but then that's flattened out.
Yeah, it's
We're
flattened out.
we're going the other direction now.
Yeah.
So,
So,
What are you figuring on the, regular wages for the, help?
well, it's, the default at the moment is 370,534.
yeah,
And
Barring any other
that's
change.
with the, increase in longevity.
That doesn't involve any change with that, cause we've not made that decision yet.
So what's the 375?
That's where I think she was talking about, she included the longevity portion in there.
so yeah, my total numbers that I have are a little bit different because what I
Yeah.
put on my sheet is including the per FICA, all of that at that 376 level, so, and then I have a little bit of change to contract services that we need to talk about, but that's later.
Sure.
Kathleen, when does this loan payment go away?
28, I believe, 28, yes. And that is the 101,531 annually,
And it doesn't change? That
Nope.
is set, that's set.
correct.
What was our balance on that loan?
I don't know the balance, I don't see that paperwork, all I know is I believe it's projected to be paid off in 28.
On your part-time wages, what increased that?
So that is something new that I added in, I'm requesting a part-time line item because I do have some employees that were senior employees that left at the end of last year, that are willing to come back part-time, and that would, if we started at a rate for part-time at the 1708, that would allow me to put, one part-time person in the dispatch center for one shift a week. So they would only be used when somebody is taking vacation or PTO, calls in sick, call them. However, they do work Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, so I do know they would not be available those day shift hours, but I usually pick up those shifts, if need be, instead of a part-time person, so they would be used more for the evening, nights, weekends type shifts. So that would be allowing, one shift by a part-timer, 1 day a week.
So you feel will be a benefit to your office and to your staff?
I think it would be, because then we're not paying so much in overtime. And then it also keeps down on the comp plan within my dispatch center, plus we don't have to pay this person benefits.
You have nothing in overtime, so.
No, I have
But
overtime.
she's got overtime on that.
Yeah, 10,000.
You just mentioned that you got a full complement, knock on wood,
Yes,
the personnel. Are you able to work through time off with?
we currently do, right now with overtime. Now, when my people are trained and I put them, which they're getting ready to go to their noon to midnight shifts. In one of them's moving the end of August, the other one's moving the 1st of September to that rotation. That will put us 3 people from noon to midnight, to where I can adjust that person. back and forth to cover. Like if somebody from day shift takes off, I can pull them in and they can work 10 to 10 instead of noon to midnight, cause I don't wanna adjust the schedule too much. And then same thing with night shift, I can push them back to like a 2P to a 2A situation to help cover those busy times. But then that is leaving one person from 6 AM to 10 AM and then from 2 AM to 6 AM by themselves, which we currently do sometimes because we do not staff for people taking time off and being sick, we just staff to what we need if no one's taking time off.
So
I
would.
know that was a long-winded answer.
So, can we reduce the overtime then? If you add a part-time, and it's probably a more efficient way, actually, because overtime's time and a half, part-time wouldn't be. Then is there a way to offset, like cut that in half then, have half the overtime, but now you have a regular part-time individual that's scheduled to do what you're talking about there?
So the reason I would be leery about doing that is the 10,000 is the same amount of money that we budgeted for 2022. And I just came to you guys, I didn't personally come, but the paperwork came to you guys for an appropriation for additional 5,000 for the rest of this year. So I'm already looking at spending 15,000 this year. Now, the first half of this year, we were understaffed.
Right.
I wasn't fully staffed, so that's the change.
That was expected.
And there's nothing ever saying that I am going to continue to be fully staffed.
Right.
So to me, if it's still no effect on general, it's still my same revenue, it's still my same cash balance, I would prefer to keep the 10 there. And if it's not used, it's not used. Then it just rolls over into cash balance for next year. It gives us that cushion instead of having to come back and ask for an appropriation. If say we only go to $8,000, but then.
Well, and I'm more inclined to support the part-time request if the true purpose is to have something regularly scheduled to offset where there's vacancies and there's training, drains and things like that. And you're fully staffed, and that's the goal, and we wanna keep it that way. I would be more inclined to support that with a little bit of an offset on the overtime part of it.
Okay.
Because we're still over budget,
Right.
essentially, and I know you've got a good cash balance here, but again, the theme or the spirit of these budget hearings in general has been, we need to be tight on our numbers and we need, we shouldn't overspend, yada, yada, yada. And so, yeah, we're good now and we'd be good in 23 and 24, but every additional 10,000 we add is now, instead of a 70,000 gap, it's an 80 and then a 90 and 100, and that eats away at your projection. So just food for thought.
Yeah, and I 100% get
Yeah.
that. So, I guess it just kinda, I don't know what number you wanna go to, but I think, I don't think we can get rid of it completely, cause there is going to be overtime.
How many hours then per week on average would the part-time,
If this would
would it be 28?
No, this would be allowing them to work one shift, 12 hours
12 hours
a week.
a week.
So per pay period, it would, the possibility of 24.
So 624 total hours for the year if I take 12 times 52.
The 10,000 divided by the 1708 ends up being like 11.6 something. So it's just under 12 hours.
Close, okay.
And like I said, it's not that this would be a regularly scheduled part-time worker like what other departments use part-time people for. This would be on a as-needed basis.
Sure.
There could be, because there are months where I have people that do not take time off, so that person will not work that entire month.
Well, and that's, I think, all the more reason why I think we need to be more if that's there, if that resource is there, I think then doing whatever you can to avoid overtime and to limit that is what should be done with it. And I would wanna see that cut back and adjusted, but, yeah, you know,
Yeah.
both sides of it, I think, would need to be a part of
Yeah.
that plan.
Yeah, plus with the part-time person, that would allow my people to actually start using their time, because I do know that a lot of dispatchers will not take time off because they do know that we fill it with overtime. I work it myself, so they don't use their time. So this would allow them
Exasperate
to
or
work.
whatever, yes. Mhm. So at $17.08 an hour, times 624 hours, that's 10,658 that you would want, that we would be looking at for a part-time line item.
Yeah, but what is the net savings by doing that?
So then then on the, like, the overtime, can that be cut to 5? Can that be cut in half?
We can try.
I mean, why would you understand,
Mhm.
there's gotta be a give and a take.
I understand. Yeah, we can try cutting it to 5, and, you know, I know this year's different, I'm finally fully staffed, half of the year I wasn't, plus we've had COVID hit a couple times in the center. So that's created the overtime that I'm currently now going to be at the 15, so, we can do it and see. So, because I don't want to then not back off of my overtime and then you not give me a part-time person.
Right.
Or the opportunity to fill part-time.
So we could try it, I mean, like this way, and, you know, at least that will.
Yeah, I mean, this is an operational concern, or, you know, it deals with the flow of the work and the coverage, and that's,
The only other thing I see that's increased is what's your contract services, what are
So contract services is something that, so even the number that I gave you guys of the 45,000, I got some quotes for what my contract services are going to be for next year. And like my radio vendor, that went up some because we added a new tower, we changed over repeaters, we're actually putting our systems onto a maintenance program, which is something that hasn't been done before, so it's actually taking the equipment that we have and maintaining it. So that went up to $19,230. But there's also, the big one this year is we have a contract with Thomas Shelby, which they are a furniture provider for our chairs in dispatch centers and in the dispatch center. They're a 24/7 chair and they're replaced annually. So this is a 3-year contract that we get 5 chairs replaced every year for the next 3 years. And that is $8,396.64. And that bill is only every 3 years. So from the 45 that you guys have in there, I actually need to increase it a little bit to like a 46.4, increase at 1,400 to help cover that. Plus we also have the WTH contract that we need to talk about. Because that is an additional $5,400. And that is one of the other ones that is causing this to go up higher. So my thing with WTH, it says that, I don't. Nope. So it says it's for public safety. The thing that I have the issue with is in dispatch, we don't have any users on WTH. So I don't know what what is public safety getting from WTH for them to charge us $5,400, which is a little more than half of her annual bill for the entire thing. And that's even her paying the users, so it's not like this $5,400 is covering the fire departments, EMS, sheriff's department, dispatch consoles, anything like that. Like, what is the $5,400? Like, why? That seems extremely large number for no one to know what we're getting out of it.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
At the last meeting, you guys had asked Jim to look into it. I just don't think we've gotten any answers yet, right?
No, there's a lot I've gotta do, there's been a few other things that have come up, but there's a necessary, that's one of the things, is to go and actually talk to EMS, the sheriff's department, 911, what, if there's any activity. The bill is simply the bill is actually past due, but as far as if that wants to be continued, and also need to discuss with WTA what actual services from their perspective that they're actually providing. That can all be done by your September meeting, but that's when all of those departments can be notified, and I can present that to you.
So on the customer side, we're the customer for WTH. We know 911 doesn't have any connection. Chris and Sheriff are here, and we can go ahead and maybe figure that out now, and then it's gonna be on WTH to show us what's going on. Why are you charging us? Does that make sense? And are you in a position to know or comment, or is it?
On what they're charging that $5,400?
Yeah, or if there's any EMS connection to it?
I have no idea what the charge is for. Again, like she said, we're already paying users fees.
And you use it, or do you?
We do use it.
Okay.
We have looked over the years at different programs. The advantage for us using it's our mapping system in our ambulance, which when we pull up an address, it puts a dot on the map where we're going and a dot where we're at. And it
Okay.
live through GPS follows us down the road and we.
And it takes us to a line item in your budget. How's that sound? No, but it's, you do use it though, so, okay.
The advantage to it is it's all, because we've looked at trying to get away from dedication. The advantage to it is it's all encompassed in the computer. If we would go with what, Foursquare or whatever it's called.
Central Square.
Central Square. That's web-based, so if we're sitting in our ambulance bay and we pull up the map, okay, here's where we're going and here's where we're at, and then we get out on 46 West and lose internet signal, all of a sudden, we're done. It doesn't follow us anymore.
Yeah, that doesn't help.
I think we need to check on that deal like the assessors thought, maybe we can do all that together. Maybe that part of the system that, would you have to be here when the assessor had?
I don't think the assessor's program would have that kind of capability.
That won't help part of that?
Not from, I mean, it's a helpful layer to have in the overall scheme of things, but you still need to have the.
Yeah, I'm sure he need.
Yeah, and then Sheriff, anything on your end that you know?
I've sent them multiple requests, and asked the group to outline and identify what the building is for,
Okay.
and they absolutely no response back from them at all.
Okay.
I'm not paying the bill, I refused, I'm not paying the bill. I told them, until you can identify what your charging is for,
Got it.
so we can dissect it, but there's been no response.
So there's
It's kind of a pattern with that.
Yeah.
It's been that way for a long time.
They just don't wanna.
So there's a $5,400 bill for this year that's still due. And then this is putting it in my budget for next year when we don't even use it. The only thing that I can think that we use it for is, WTH is supposed to do a map upload into Central Square monthly. And I don't even know if that's happening, but I cannot imagine that being $5,400. Cause everything that Chris just talked about and what they use it for is already covered by Suzanne's user fees. So
There you go.
it's separate from this $5,400.
That's correct.
I have this wonderful, amazing gadget. You guys have never seen this before. This is a smartphone, and on here, there's maps. And those maps connect to a GPS, this device that goes up to a satellite in space. Wow, what a great thing. Why are we paying that much money for something we have in our pockets?
Because if you lose, yeah, exactly.
Because you don't have service and because I won't require my employees to use their personal items for work.
I'll bet you it would be cheaper to frickin' buy iPhones and put it in, or, iPads into the ambulances than $5,400 a month. I'm not trying to say anything, all I'm saying is, that seems like an awful lot of money for a GPS signal.
You like iPhone for you?
Not to mention, there are other great devices called Garmin that do not require internet service. Garmin's are fantastic too, and I'll guarantee you for $5,400, we could outfit every vehicle in this county.
So they'll work on it, right? And then Ritter Strategic, still active contract, this is still connected to the radio or is there anything else there?
No, I have not used him.
Okay.
So we'll reach out and have a conversation every once in a while, but nothing that has been built, so.
Do you wanna maybe,
Professional services can be removed,
okay.
so,
Madam Chair,
yes.
do we need a motion on the 8 cents to the 20 cents so that it's in the minutes?
We talked about longevity for everybody. If you're going to some kind of a new system like we're talking about, that is very much a universal decision. Because you need to keep the base pay separate from longevity. And we know that there are different rates for longevity, and I'd rather you increase the base pay, to be honest, than mess with longevity at this point, unless you're gonna do it for everybody in the system.
Because we haven't got do we have the new longevity tables enacted?
Well, they're in our numbers, current, but, a lot of employees are 8.5 cents, which they're in. There's a few in 11, and there are some that are already at 20. 20 is the recommendation for everybody.
Right.
And that comes at a cost. It was about 150,000 system-wide, which if, in the grand scheme of things, is not huge. But it needs to be fair for everybody, and then work on your base pay if you wanna make the changes.
I agree, I just thought that, I wanted to know had it been enacted yet, the new.
No, it's been discussed. It's one of those, along with education, that was brought up in our committee meeting. We do have a dollar estimate, and
And that's why I put it in my budget, because of the conversations we had in Richmond.
Based on,
I would love to do that.
Yeah.
I want to implement that,
Based on this-
but it costs a lot, so.
I'm gonna make a motion that we proceed with the overtime / part-time switch that was discussed. I'm also gonna, knowing that 7 months ago, we raised, the rate to $1.69, and, I'm gonna request that we hold on compensation, for everybody but what we discussed with you.
I'll second that.
Motion made by Andy, second by Anton. Anybody have any questions?
Well, I appreciate it, Andy, because we gotta stop somewhere.
We do, and I think further, knowing that it could have an impact on the general fund in 2 years at this point right now, I think it's something we can look at, down the road if need be.
I would like to say that I'd like to talk about this longevity, maybe this month.
I think coming out of this, one of the hot items on this council's plate is going to be figuring out longevity in education.
Any other discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Alrighty.
Okay, so part-time will be 10,658.
$12,000.
What was that?
Repeat that.
Part-time, 10,658. That's based on 624 hours a year at the 1708 an hour. Okay? All right, holiday benefits, I have a total for that. That's based on the latest with all the current longevity and that kind of, yes.
Can you do everything in 1235 wages? Cause you're having me go
Oh.
through.
Yeah, because.
So
we're two
it is
different
too
budgets.
clunky.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you can stick with 1235.
1235, we already had that number.
The 375.34
Right.
and the 10.
That's the only wage number there.
Okay,
Um,
and then can you go ahead and do FICA and PERF?
one moment here. FICA and PERF are in the other budget though,
They're in the
so,
other one.
yeah,
Okay. Sorry.
that's why we're jumping.
Yeah.
There's some out here, I'll get.
Alright.
There's water, dies off.
I'm in
Oh, I'll take that, I'll get it, I'll get it, I got it.
So just to help Nicole out here on the 1235, since this is all her problem. Regular wages, 370, 534. Part-time was 10,658.
Yep.
Supplies was the same, uniforms is the same, and loan payments the same. 486, 423.
486, 423.
Bingo.
Okay.
Bingo, all right. So now, back to 1222. We already talked about the appointed pay, that's 54,416. Holiday benefits is 17,102. That's based on, since it's a non-election year, that's 12 holidays in the year at 8-hour time period for each holiday. Then we have PERF at $50,070. And then we have FICA at 35,015. Overtime, 5,000. Training at 3. Professional contract 0. Regular contract services, 46,400.
Contract services,
Mhm.
0.
That should be
Or is that
46,400.
64? Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Group insurance. Do all positions currently take it?
No, because I have some that are under the age of 23. 23, you can still call on your parents.
Oh, really? Okay.
So I think I have 2, but I know one is getting ready to fall outside of that, and my one that I just hired is picking up his own insurance, because ours might be better than his parents.
Normally, we have 11 total positions that qualify. If we do that at the new rate of the 77,
7791.
7791, thank you. That should be 85,701. But here's a question.
Mhm.
If you are pretty confident that at least, you only need at least 10 funded, then could you figure it on that, or do you feel that we should keep it at that?
I am not confident on that.
Okay, well,
Here right now.
let's leave it at the 11 for now, okay. If it's unused, it's unused, I mean, that just goes into your cash balance. All right, and then 2,000 for conference and registration, so I have 298,704. And we match.
298,
Mhm.
54, 416, 35, 515 for FICA. PERF is 50, 70,
Mhm.
50070,
Mhm.
5,000. Wages, holiday is 17,102.
Mhm.
removing professional group insurance 85,701. Contract services 46,400, 3,000, and then 2,000.
Yep. What do you have on
On the training,
7
don't you,
What was your total?
Oh, look up, I don't know, can you even see that from there?
298,704.
Yeah.
I have about $1,000 more, so I'll look at it in a little
it?
bit.
Double check it, let us know if there's anything weird with that.
We'll send you a clean copy.
Kathleen, thank you for,
Yes.
especially with
Yeah,
your
get to feel
recovery.
Yes.
All right, so thank you for listening to me and all my arguing.
Tell everybody whenever we say anything.
I will,
Except for
except for Jean.
She's only mad because we surprised her on her birthday.
I know. I was supposed to be a part of that, but I don't think you all wanted COVID, so
Yeah.
I'm supposed to help some.
Maybe one of them. Or EMS.
I'm good with that. Everybody else.
Kathleen, I think you're doing a good job.
Thank you, that's no problem.
Folks, you threw that on the floor?
Don't worry about it.
No, pick it up. There you go, Chris. Christopher took up my time again this time.
You know, it seems like we get busy at the very end, and I do wanna make a quick point, Madam President, if we can. Sheila and Nicole and Anton did a significant amount more work than the rest of us as far as inputting numbers and calculations and stuff, so I just wanna recognize them, doing all that they do in case there has been at least once I know of where we walked out here and not said thanks, so it's.
Thank you.
We love doing
I
it.
appreciate that.
We're fine,
Absolutely.
we're good, thank you though, yeah.
It'll be reflected on your paycheck.
Yes.
You said there was one time
So Sheila wants to come back on and ask for.
We're, yeah. I feel we're a little bit closer to that 12% cutoff. All right.
Okay.
So, starting at the top, we just did a lot of changes on the wage levels, and I don't think there's any change to that, right? You know, we set we did kind of a big overhaul here the last month, and
Ask for anything there.
so, we can total this up pretty easily. The appointed pay should be $63,331. 63,331. And then we have, regular wages and irregular salary line items. What, are we
Regular
using?
wages is the new, position in
The support position?
Support,
Okay.
secretarial support position. I did not know what to put in there,
Mhm.
at that time because, I don't know what, years of longevity and
Right.
stuff like that.
We should at least put the starting, some kind of a starter in there. So here's the question, since the position didn't exist until after we had everything kind of done in the project, this is one of those, we need to kind of guesstimate a little bit. This position was very similar to like the highway admin and the sheriff admin, those type of positions. This would be the same kind of position. And those have been classified as a Comet D. That's the new category, for it. So office administrator and highway is that, and then sheriff, actually, they have a matron secretary combo, so that's not quite the same. They've got prosecutor, office administrator is a Comet D.
You're saying comment as in Haley's comment?
Yeah, kind of. Office administrator, highway. So I think that's what it should be, if there's no objection to that. And then we can get the figures.
And would you clarify what you're saying? I'm sorry, it's the distance.
The classifications for these positions, if you remember, there's labor, trades, and construction. There's civil, merit-based. We're talking office, we're talking.
You're talking just a new,
That
Yeah.
new hire,
office.
he
He has an admin position we added.
yes.
We need to make sure we're on the same page as far as where the job classification is, because it never existed when we did this study. I think that Comet D appears to be that match for this position. Is that okay with everybody? Okay,
I understand.
because that determines where the targets are here, so.
Also, could you verify, the amount of money that's in that account as of today, please?
You're 1151.
1151-11300, please.
I'm gonna do this as of the 17th in case you turned in any claims. So it'll take that into effect. So you have an unexpended balance of $30,501.
Yeah, that's the current,
So, just as a point,
That's the same as the
there's been
appropriation.
nothing expended out of that line item this year. Because we just hired that spot. There's been discussion that I spent that money on other things, and I just want to clarify that that money is still in there. And it has not been touched all year long, so.
nope, that's okay. Figured it would be
Say something like
good there.
Just- But just make sure that everyone's on the same page, up and that money's still sitting there. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'm working on the number here.
Chris, if you're paying $63,331, where do you stand in the scheme of all the counties in the state, or do you know?
It's all over the place as far as the state. Honestly, I haven't even looked.
Okay,
I haven't even looked. The things that I looked at, I was more concerned about my employees, so I haven't even looked at
you're a
mine.
good man, Chris.
That's
I
what makes you a
appreciate
good
it. And
director.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
What are we waiting?
I'm getting a figure for this position, because this is one that qualifies for additional based on our vote the other day, just like some of the other office positions here, so I want to make sure we have it right. All right, so let's see, 1807. All right, so for that position, it should be 32,888. And then all positions are, the number of positions and all that's the same. Paramedics, EMTs and that kind of thing. So regular salary then is where everybody else is getting added up into here. So let's go to that.
With that question, you guys, or not you guys, I requested a couple years ago to turn a couple of my paramedic positions back to EMTs because we just couldn't get paramedics. With this budget year, I'd sure like to turn one of those. I've got an open EMT position right now. I'd like to turn it back to paramedic now that our wages are in a position where I can hire a paramedic. If that's acceptable, we need to start.
I remember we did
We need to start planning back
swap
that
it back.
direction.
We can do that, yeah.
Are you wanting a motion?
Do we need to make a motion?
Well, I make a motion that we grant Chris his request there on the paramedic.
I'll second.
Motion made by Nick, seconded by Chuck. Any questions? All those in favor? Motion carried.
Okay, so let's move this around.
So if I missed it, fill me in, but your 22 adopted and your 23 requested, it's pretty much double, almost.
Yeah, working with,
On regular salary.
yeah, working with Liz on, I've been, of course, for years, you guys know, I've been asking for a staff of third ambulance. There was some discussion about maybe putting a couple EMTs into the mix and work towards that direction. You know how, years ago when I first took this position, we had, full-time or part-time people that were working shifts, just trying to beef up to go to 2 ambulances. And we thought maybe if we put a couple positions into the mix this coming year, that we could cover some of the hours throughout the day that
So
we've
not
got
opposed to
extra.
that at all, but what, there seems to be a pretty big change for
Yeah, we had
just
raises.
a couple.
We had raises this year that were substantial,
Significant.
plus adding a couple more EMTs into the mix to do a power shift through the day.
Okay,
That's what did it.
okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
To add that third ambulance, what kind of run volume are we currently at this year so far?
I know that we looked the other day and actually, the last 3 weeks, we've slowed way down, so we're about 100 under what we were last year.
Which we were at,
So
what,
we were-
3,100 last year,
We were
right?
right around 3,100 last year. Yeah,
So we're pretty much still on target to do 300.
yeah.
Plugging this in.
It only works around one wanted to work.
Oh, okay.
My wife will tell you that. He says, my memory's amazing, and I said, it only works when I want it to work, and my wife will tell you.
You are the one wearing a dysfunctional veteran hat, so.
I am dysfunctional, I argue not that.
Okay, what I've done is I've vacated the EMS position or EMT position that's been vacant. Added a paramedic. We don't know yet the details as who and how that fits out, but starting wage we have, and then that feeds into our holiday pay as well. So with that, let's get a grand total.
Happy holiday.
All right, so
I can start saying White Christmas, right?
that would be nice, by the way.
Oh, well.
All right, so for regular salary, I've got 763, 939. So now would probably be a good time to talk about the additional, the moving towards a third crew and what kind of plan or thoughts we have on that. So your initial step towards that includes adding
Adding two people,
two part-time or two full-time people, and is that two paramedics or is it a paramedic EMT combo or what?
paramedic EMT combo,
Okay,
and that would be 8 hours a day, 5 days a week.
8 hours a day, typical 2,080 hours a year for each, like normal. But they would have like a specific time during the day. It's not by the normal 24-hour shift with sleep times.
Yeah, I mean, what we would do is, that would be fluctuating. If we had, like right now, we've got one of the nursing homes that needs us to take a patient up to Indy, wants us to be there at 8 in the morning. You know, if I do that, it takes one of our trucks out of service all
Yeah.
day.
That's a good place to
So
put that.
I can move that,
Okay.
I can move those people's shifts around to hey, Thursday, come in at 8 instead of noon.
Yeah, it sounds like a great way of stepping towards this, because that's two positions towards the goal. Because you need 5 usually to make it work 24/7, right?
I would need 6 to make it work.
6, so normally 6, here's 2 where we would be adding full-time, that he can start really immediately. That would alleviate some stress on current runs. And then the following year, keep adding, work towards that goal, because we're behind as it is on the need for a third truck.
And you wanna make a motion to that? I second.
Yeah, I mean, I'll make a motion, we proceed in adding a full-time paramedic and a full-time EMT according to his plans for this shift.
I second that.
Motion made by Anton, second by Chuck. Any other questions? Huh?
Second of that?
Nick, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
He's much more handsome than
I meant to say Nick, sorry about that. You seconded it, Chuck, and you just didn't know, right? Okay. Any other questions?
I do have a question, perhaps I'm misunderstanding. This is actually adding 2 people onto the roster and not just simply adding a day or a crew.
Right, this
to a
is
day.
2 full-time
Thank
people.
you. I'm just making
Yes.
sure I understand it, that's all.
So essentially, the position you just converted,
Yep.
we're not gonna actually take that EMT away, that position's gonna stay. But we're gonna add another paramedic here. That's the
Another
big
EMT.
change, if that makes sense.
I'm good.
Yeah.
Okay, are we ready for a vote?
Yep.
All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carried. So what would that be?
Well, I knew that would be the next question. It's gonna take me a couple minutes here.
Well, you're on your way, Chris.
We're headed in the right direction.
Long time getting there, but you're on your way.
Actually, to Chris's credit, and I want to make sure we remember this, because over the years since I've been here, this guy has put us on better and better trajectory for having a complete and full service. And without his help, and certainly Sam's help and Kathleen's help, we would not have the center that we have.
Mhm. Plus he's taken a failing department and made it actually make money, so it's.
You got a good set of leaders.
That is true, that is true. Especially when you have it the collection agency.
And Sam, when I get my wife to take that pie for you, we'll reward you with that pie.
You know, when I used to get pies, I'd cut it in 6 pieces, that way I have 6 pieces, but when you get this, I'm just gonna cut it in half, that way I only eat 2 pieces.
Won't have a lot to share, will you?
I'll be waiting patiently for you.
Everyone's getting so busy out there, dog.
Laughter's good like a medicine, people.
Yep. Gotta laugh, keep them crying.
All right, we do have new numbers. So instead of the number we just gave you, it should be 844,539.
Thank you, guys.
Yep, and then holiday benefits, the new amount for that is going to be based on 12 holidays next year, times 8 hours, it's 38,979. All right, and then before we can figure FICA and PERF, we need to talk about part-time, and then we'll get into overtime as well. So part-time, this is always a bit difficult because they have shifts that they're covering, but we kind of express it in hours. And so have you had a chance to kind of think about what kind of like hours we should plug in here to figure the math?
We probably saved a little now, Ben, we've got 2 other people, wouldn't we?
Well, and that's a good point. If there's gonna be a fuller roster, which less part-time, less overtime, so what are your kind of thoughts there?
Yeah, that's why I didn't have a whole lot put in here, is because I didn't know what was gonna happen with those
Sure.
other shifts or those other spots. It could come down some now. But with the increase in rates that we've got, I wouldn't be overly.
You don't wanna go too far down.
Yeah,
You don't wanna go too far
not
down.
dropping it too much.
Well, and it's gonna be a little guess, and maybe being the first year in practice, we just maybe need to pick something that's maybe reasonable from a budget standpoint, but not too wild. And we have to know that if he does not have enough, then we're gonna have to end up, making that up. Or if he has too much, then we would know next year,
Reasonable?
Pardon me?
Would 60 be reasonable?
for part-time.
I was thinking of dropping at 5, but let's see if we can drop it to 60 and if I can make it happen.
Okay,
And just know that, I mean, of course, I'll have cash balance that we can come back at the end
Oh,
of
yeah.
next year if that
Is needed.
is needed, but.
You'll know more about it after
Is
you,
that part-time?
part-time, yeah, and,
part-time 60.
and then
Yeah,
overtime,
that's what I was.
similar, not amount, but similar thought. You may not need as much overtime if you've got more shifts covered with part-time and you've got a full roster and so what kind of, you had 80 this year. Do we wanna just keep it 80?
Yeah, please.
Okay,
Good, like I said, we had a significant increase in pay, so.
so here's the next question, because I need a number in our spreadsheet. We have, going back to kind of the hours, we're gonna do the reverse math here. If our part-time is gonna be 60,000. Think about the amount, if you look at part-time and you figure how much of that paramedics make up and how much EMTs make up, what kind of rough percentage? Is it 2 to 1? Is it 50-50?
50/50.
50-50, okay. Because EMTs get paid less than paramedics, so are you talking hours or 50-50? Or
Yeah,
the use of the dollars?
hours would be 50/50.
So hours would be 50-50, okay.
Does it really have to be divided up on this too? I mean, if he hits 60,000, he knows.
No, it's all a pool, so that part, no. But for purposes of our financials and trying to figure the amounts, we need to have something that's reasonably close. So let me, so if we use 1,550 hours for paramedics and 1,550 hours for EMTs, I get $60,063. Can we go ahead and just use that as our number to make sure it matches? It's not far off from what we said, so.
You're increasing my budget another 60.
Is that okay with everybody? Just to keep it straight? Okay, 63.
Is the part-time number.
66.
All right. At least there's not an extra 6 or so in there, Nicole.
Yeah. Don't do that to me.
All right. All right, so now we're gonna figure out FICA. All right, that needs to be 85,665. Well, I'm trying to get it straight. Okay, so now perf is figured on everything we talked about except part-time. So that's what we're figuring this on. That includes your holiday benefits as well. That should be 118,691.
Chris, did we get a new ambulance ordered?
We do have one ordered, yes.
Year out?
2 years out.
Insurance again was 17 or 7791.
I have to stay healthy.
7791.
Well, we're keeping the other one.
Okay.
You
You did get rid of the top of
No,
the
we
transmission
didn't.
pump, right?
Yes, sir. That one made it, about an hour after he left, he called me, it broke down. I think we got about almost every penny out of that one.
Some number that we've used in the phones, but yet.
Well,
I will block it.
We work for
I just-
584 road miles of dirt road we have.
All right, so one more employee-related thing, since we changed our numbers of positions on the health insurance, the group insurance, that's that number, 21 positions total. That includes 19 of the crew on the cruise, and then yours, and then your admin. So I've got 21 total positions in this department that qualify for health insurance, times 7,791 per person is 163,611.
Wow.
So that kind of takes care of the wage and employee-related stuff.
What about workman's comp or,
That we don't quite know yet until we figure up the percentage, so workers' comp. We're gonna need to, we'll have to come back to that.
Do you wanna leave it in there for now?
I think we should just leave it as it is at the moment, but it'll adjust.
That's gonna fluctuate anyway, always has to.
It is, we do wanna kinda get as best as we can, share of the total cost, yeah.
Sure, it's the same thing we've done a year ago.
Yeah, last year actually was a pretty big overhaul on how we did it, so, but his is one of 4 places where workers' comp comes out of. And it's one of the bigger shares, cause of
You're saying leave it at 2022 adopted?
well, you had, I think 65 in there, let's just leave it, hold that number for a moment, and then come back to it, if that's okay.
Yeah, I just need to know what
Yeah,
to plug in here.
yeah,
He's used a little over, well, about half of his appropriation from last year.
well, that's good. With the extra payroll we've put on, that, and the rate, and it, this is one of the higher rates, we'll definitely need to up it, but where we put it, that's the part that is unknown, so.
Do you want me to pull that back up there, Polly?
And I'll leave it to Chris on the rest of his line items, so.
Okay, let's start down through them then. Supplies 20100, that's flat. 21200 postage and box rental. I added some in, I honestly, looking back, I think we could leave that at 175. I just wasn't, I'm not sure what the post office is gonna do for box rental, so that's what.
Let's leave it at 200. I don't know where $25 is.
Are you gonna make a motion?
No, I'm hoping just to convince him.
Defib Service and Biomed, that is our service contract on our defibrillators. Every year we buy a defibrillator, one, and they have a year's contract, so we're gonna be adding one to it this year. So I'm anticipating that contract going up. Someone's trying to sell me an extended warranty on my auto. Anybody want to talk to me?
I'll start speaking in German.
But I'm anticipating that contract going up. Normally it's around $1,400. One more this year, so that's actually going to be like $13,500. medical supplies, like everything else around, the price of everything's going up. So we've seen huge increases in the price of gloves, we've seen huge increases in the price of just saline. So, right now, I was budgeted 45,000 for 22 for this year, and I'm already down to 19,642. So I've used quite a bit. It's just the price of things going up. So I plugged 52,000 in, which is about a $7,000 increase. So. Again, with price of fuel and everything, I looked at the gallons of usage and everything, plugged in some numbers, and I think 52 is gonna be low, but I would rather be low and transfer some money if I could up from other places. If it's in there, it makes my budget inflated, and I don't want it to look inflated, so that's why I put in the 52. Tires and tubes, although I anticipate with the price of petroleum going up, I anticipate the tires going up more, but I think I can hold at 48,000, or I'm sorry, 4,800.
You think those won't get overinflated, tubes and tires?
Okay. You won today.
You stay home yesterday. Put it all together.
Man.
I was asleep yesterday. I slept almost 26 hours from when I left here.
You was tired, you did
Building and structure, I'm already down to $293 this year. So, the first couple of years, we were just kind of guessing at a cost because it was a new building and everything. But I think last year I was a little bit short. And then this year I'm already down to $293, so I'm gonna bump that up to $2,250, which would be an increase of $750. Repair of equipment. Right now, Lau will show that I've got $11,907, but in the spirit of talking about vehicle rotation, waiting 2 more years, I just got a bill for one of our ambulances, $14,622.80, which is gonna put me in the red in that line item. So, I bumped that up 8,000. Hopefully we start getting back on our rotation, we will end up bringing that back down as we.
Did they replace an engine? So, isn't that wild? Yeah, we're just gonna roll over the tree, pull the engine out. Shade tree counts.
What made that one so difficult, normally they pull the cab off the trucks to do that, and with that cab and all the emergency wiring and everything, they were not, the cab connected to the body, they weren't able to do that, and it really caused problems. Garage supplies, I left that flat. We normally, at the end of the year, if there's anything left in garage supplies, we transfer it over into repair of equipment. I anticipate having to do that, but I don't want to increase that line item any. Uniforms, we left that flat. I've got 1,400 left in there. started out with 35, so we're a little bit below half, but we've already bought most of our uniforms for the year, so we're good there. I increased the janitorial supplies, buys our cleaning supplies and toilet paper, paper towels, supplies for washing the trucks and stuff like that, so, we're already down to $916, so we've spent probably 70% of that already this year. Contractual services, one of the good things is, if it's a good thing, it is a good thing, but it also costs us money. We got our annual report from Acumed. Our income has went up quite a bit, so we're doing a good job. But the downside to it is every time that our income goes up, so does their charges. So, because
They get a percentage.
they're a percentage, it's 5.65%. Our old company was charging us 7%, and these people are having a lot better success.
And you said 5.6?
5.65 is what it currently is. So,
One thing that I would suggest here is that on your miscellaneous revenue report or projection, make sure you up it, you know, as well, because even though the cost goes up here, you want to make sure the revenue also goes up to help offset and kind of even things back out. Because obviously, if our cost goes up 1,000, for every $1,000 we spend, that means that we're collecting thousands of dollars more on revenue. And that should be on our revenue side of the equation to help offset your cost. And that way, you won't have as big of a burden or so on that bottom line, if that makes sense, so. Yeah.
Printing, I left flat. Training, I dropped down 500. We're looking at some different options. Ivy Tech's being pretty good to us right now. We've got 2 people that are starting paramedic class, and they're not gonna charge us anything, because we see their students for their clinical experiences. We
partner with them.
we let them shadow us,
On that miscellaneous
train them, their students, so, I've worked out a deal with them to where if we have 1,500 or more clinical hours with their students, they will allow us to put a paramedic through class each year. That's up over 1,500 hours, so I dropped that down a little bit. I want to see how that works out. We've still got some charges that we'll have to pay for if they're, if they have to go into a classroom and like dissect fecal pigs or whatever. We'll still have charges there for that, but we're kind of excited about that, getting a couple paramedics through, a couple people through, and not costing us very much at all, so.
Chris, real quick, you said you dropped that 500, so should that be 2,500 and not 3,000? As you requested earlier? Or do you want me to leave that flat at 3,000?
No, drop it. There was an error on my.
Training,
25.
3,2900
3,000.
to 2,500.
32900.
2,500.
Telephone pagers, I looked at what I had left in there. I've got quite a bit left, so I dropped that down to 2,000. However, I picked up in utilities quite a bit.
we know that.
And we're already out of 18,000, we're down to 6,719. So,
So your water and sewer are fairly stable. It's the natural gas
natural
and
gas
electric that are.
that I'm
biggest.
worried about, and
Okay.
electric a little bit. Yeah.
Okay.
Radio repair, I dropped 2,000.
200.
I'm sorry, it is. So yeah, it's 200. Liability insurance, I left flat, I wasn't sure what to do on that. There's been some discussion on, insurances staying the same and whether they're going up or down, so I just left that flat. Registrations and conferences, if you guys recall, we put, that's something that's new, but because of COVID, we hadn't had a chance to really use it yet. Even though we've got a billing service that is on top of things, I still want to stay on top of things as far as knowing what's required for billing. So I want to get into the habit of going back to the billing conference out in St. Louis. Honestly, that billing conference is what, if some of you has been on here a while, remember when I took over, we were bringing in around 20,000, would be a good month. And that billing conference is really what boosted us up into the $50,000 to $60,000 a month range. So, even though our billing service now is doing better than what we were when we were doing it ourselves, I still think that's a valuable tool to know what's required and know that our billing service is doing.
But you can keep up on them too.
Yes, it's something that when they start talking the language, they're not from Buffalo, because I won't have went and know what they're talking about. So.
Well, it feeds into the accuracy of the reports and the starting point, feeding that information into the system for billing.
Absolutely, because that is one of the things that they go over is how to document correctly to maximize your billing. So
Right.
if I know that, how to document correctly, and I'm training our guys, then it just completely improves the whole system. So I left that flat. Work comp, we just talked about it. EMS rotation of vehicles. That is something that I was completely taken back by when we got our quote in this year for an ambulance. It came in at $199. There was some discussion afterwards that they had forgot to put a few things in the quote, but they're tied in at the $199 as far as I'm concerned. That was the quote. The quote's the quote is the quote. So
Because you gave them what you wanted,
I told
and they
them
just
what I wanted.
didn't configure it the right way. That's on them.
As a commissioner, decided anything about our loan payment?
They have not. I really hope that gets paid off. I understand both directions of it, whether it gets paid off or not. I understand both sides of it, but I would sure like to get that off of over my head. It would reduce our loan payment, it would reduce our budget by 55.3 if we paid it off, and we definitely got the cash balance to do it. Of course, we talked about that at the last meeting, so.
I think we should, I mean, I still lean yes on that, and the reason being is we know from this year and the unique nature of the tax rates that his fund ended up with more than it should have. And so, and we can't just move it back, that's not allowed. And, you know, we're not gonna pick and choose small line items and move them around and mess with all that. It just, the dollars seem to match up really well with the loan balance and what's there, and it'll save, what was it, 200 and some $1,000 over the life of the loan in terms of interest?
230, 250.
Which is directly impacts his fund in the long run. So essentially by keeping it in there over the next, 13, 14, whatever years it was, he's missing out on 200,000. So
With that, and I wanna learn more about it, cause I'm not opposed to anything, but Jim mentioned at a meeting that there was implications on credit that could be costly as well, moving forward with other projects. So I'd like to see, kind of a comparison as far as the cost benefit for both. I mean, I don't think this is anything we're deciding on today or whatever, but I think it would be interesting to see.
That was the one con that was on that pros and cons sheet, was the cost of borrowing. And there is a copy that had been circulating on here. Well, here are all here's the copies. Right there under cons, paying off a low interest loan. It's kind of like when you've got debt, you always want to go for that high interest first, leave your low interest debt because it's not costing you as much. And the same applies here in the reverse. If and when we do take loans out for the jail project, they're not going to be at this rate of interest. They're going to be probably twice that. And so here we had a bunch of cash that we could have been used, but the thing is that cash is in EMS. The cash is not in jail facility, and I don't know if you can just use that cash to put towards a jail payment. You see what I'm saying? So we may not have a lot of options or flexibility anyway, and it kind of still might lead or steer us back to the paying off is the bigger benefit. But it is certainly something, we want to think about. That's why it's on that sheet. So, yeah.
It's a neat,
It is an opportunity, though, I feel.
I'm also, you guys had said something to me about, going ahead and getting another truck on order. I'm looking at some other options there. If you guys recall, years ago, we did what was called remounts. We've got a pretty good fleet of boxes now, patient compartment. Next year would be the first year that my oldest truck would be this box configuration. So next year, I'm looking at the opportunities and savings of remounting that oldest box versus buying a whole new ambulance. What kind of got us in this rotation where we're at now is, the company that we had used for our remounts went out of business. And the other companies that we would look at to do remounts were in the 120 range, $120,000 for a remount, where we could buy this truck like we're buying now for 128. So why not buy new? But now with the prices of aluminum going up, now we've got all this one box now, or this one patient compartment box. The price of aluminum going up. I think there's going to be some savings there to do a remount now. One of the reasons that the ambulance cost went up so much, the salesman told me that the price of aluminum had tripled. So I think with that, I think there may be some savings there for doing a remount this next time instead of a brand new purchase. I'm investigating that right now and hopefully save some money in the long run. So then the only other line item I think that we haven't talked about is equipment 207. That's something that was put in the budget last year, just because we had been buying the defibrillators out of lead edit or something, some other line item. It was just put in my budget last year, so, I anticipate still around $27,000 for a defibrillator. So that, it's all my line items that are on here.
I have a question about the phones and pagers. With adding new positions, are they gonna need pagers, phones?
Phones, I don't anticipate.
So what kind of totals are we looking at?
I have 2,159,466.
You're 2,000.
Ah, that's $2,000 line item.
Okay, let's just start at the top.
Start at supplies.
That's the 2,000.
Yep.
27,000. 200.
Yep.
14,005. 52,000. 50,000. 4,800.
So what did you have for gas?
52,000.
52, okay.
4,800. 2,250. 30,000. 4,000. 3,500. 2,350. 75,000. 199,000. 1,000. 2,500. 2,000. 3,000. 2,800. 50,000. 163,611. 1,500. 65,000. 53,300.
Sounds high.
That's it.
Huh?
That's,
2,000.
that's on me.
We match.
We're good.
I would also
Okay, so
like
what is it
to-
now? What's the final?
It is 2,159,466.
Okay.
Chris, thank you for
Well,
working on this.
you're welcome, and I don't know, there's only one other thing I wanna talk about. I know that we kinda touched on, tax revenue, and we know that EMS got more, and we knew that ahead of time, that was gonna happen, that we were gonna get a lot more than what, we probably should have. I just wanna share my view. We know that percentage has gotta be changed and brought down and put more into the general. I wanna be cautious about reducing it too much on purpose to use my cash balance down. If we reduce it farther than what it's supposed to use the cash balance, which that makes perfect sense. If it's reduced too much, we wanna make sure that other areas aren't so reliant on it that we can't bring it back up after my cash balance has been used to a normal rate.
Yeah, it might be.
Have you been figuring, kind of percentage that you're talking about?
You know, honestly, I don't know how to figure that tax revenue. That's something that has always been done by someone else. If I was to look at where we were at before, I think we were at 2.2 this year or 0.22 or something like that.
In a couple steady years, was it 0.06, I believe, I don't have that number in front of me.
We were way down.
And, I mean, it was 0.02, I know Jim had figured them, and it was at 0.02 and then 0.66, nothing for a couple of years. That paper was in
Yeah.
your, front of your manila folders, it was the top paper.
Have you been kind of figuring on that, Jim, what?
I've got the historical for the 5 years.
That was sent out,
Yeah,
yeah.
we were at, in 18, we were 0.0479, 19 was 0.0474. 20 was 0.0822, 21 was 0.0642, and then for 22, it jumped up to 0.2262. I think the years before 18, we were at like
0.08?
one
Oh,
point 0.12, 0.10, and that seemed to work well. You know, I had it back that far in my paperwork, and I didn't bring it with me, but,
well, it's all about
that's the 5-year history there.
the bottom line is what matters. The rates are not so much apples to apples. It gives you a general idea, but remember, what feeds into the rates are a lot of different things. And the rate is the last thing that gets figured in the process.
Sure.
What matters is what cash balance you want to maintain. That's one of the biggies. The second is how big your budget is and your other revenue sources. And when you plug all of that in, the DLGF then evaluates along with all the other funds and numbers, and then they figure out what those rates are. And for the current year, and they admitted it on the phone the other day, we had a DLGF phone call. And I think you might have been, were you in that meeting? Okay, we just had a couple department heads. But they admitted that by default, they always look at everything else first and general was last. So what they did is they looked at your budget, which was higher last year, and they just like, okay, we're just gonna fund the full thing, and then they did reassessment and election, and then when it was all said and done, well, here's what's left, so the general gets it. Of course, the general was lower because we cut and we wanted to build that cash balance up, but DLGF didn't do it that way. And that needs to be fixed.
But yeah, I would say it
Yeah.
definitely needs to be fixed.
Yeah.
We don't need to bring in that kind of cash balance.
Right. So
I mean, that kind of.
you need to be at the table, really. When we're gonna have more follow-up before that's ever submitted or finalized. And we wanna make sure, the first big thing for you to do is knowing now where your budget is for 23, okay? You now have a better idea to gauge your operational cash flow and what is the minimum balance that you have to have through the year, because you have settlement in December and in June. And you know that it drops and then it goes up again and it drops, and we know what the income other components are. But what is the bottom line minimum you have to maintain to operate if revenue stopped as an emergency, kind of a reserve? And then figure backwards to all your revenues, your budget, and then come up with the rate with the DLGF. That's where I think he needs to be on this.
Are they gonna let us figure the rate? Are they gonna?
They'll figure the rate, but we are very much in control of all the other factors. And we need to make sure that they understand what we're trying to do. We want to focus more on the cash balance, not on the budget amount and their share of it,
It didn't sound like I'm so sorry. No, I'm just gonna say, it didn't sound like they took our advice recently, and they've set us up in a system that was dysfunctional. And so
Well,
they owned up to it.
Well, and I don't know if we really communicated that this last year, but they by default, they figure these other non-generals first to make sure they're square. And then whatever ends up being left, they say, well, here's your general and here's what you have to cut. And that, we don't want them to do the default. We want to make sure it's a custom deal and we make sure it's set the way we want it.
Especially this year, because I'm gonna end up in December with another.
Yeah, and he's still gonna have some more, and that we need to figure into this,
That all
so
needs to be.
there's some work to be done.
If that moves.
Yeah.
I guess what I'm saying, if that moves this percentage, real far to the.
It
To the
could,
negative, we just need to make
Yeah.
sure that the other budgets don't become so reliant on it that it can't come back to center.
Right.
Is
and I don't know if there really would be a major catch-up, especially if you're gonna use cash for the loan. that's gonna take that out of the equation, and that solves some of the excess problem.
Well, I think if we paid the loan off, it would bring me down to where would like to see my cash balance.
Yes.
But then we've just got this large amount in December that's gonna come in, that's gonna
Yeah.
jack my cash
We're
balance
gonna have to
back up.
figure all that.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I just,
Yeah, there's a lot of moving parts, right?
I don't want to happen what happened in,
What's the date that
18.
we all sit down and figure those rates?
On the tax rates.
Mhm.
It's usually closer to, well, just before the public hearing, because that's part of the public hearing. But once we get these entered into the system, within the next couple weeks, DLGF can look at them, get those for us, and kind of give us a ballpark where we're at. We can make those adjustments can still be made clear up until you guys adopt the 1782. You can change them in your September, you have 2 October meetings, but your October 27th is the last time that you can adjust it to give to them. They'll send you the final 1782 notice, which usually comes in December. If you don't agree with it, you adjust then, and that's your final, what you can do. So you have.
There's a lot of.
There are opportunities.
Yeah, okay.
And I think each step of the way, we should always look at it and then retool each step. I wouldn't wait until the last step and then, oh, we need to figure it. I think we need to get it about where we need it early in the process and then make sure we just continue that through. The other trick that the DLGF, advised us to stay away from was you don't want to under-advertise, because if you get to that 1782, let's say that's the point of final return, right? Or no return, point of no return. If you get to that point and find that you need to make an adjustment, but you didn't advertise high enough, you may not be able to make the adjustment because of that limit. So we need to make sure we don't close those doors, and we need to start early to figure the math, if that makes sense. Yeah.
And we're talking October the 11th.
Okay.
just let me know if there's meetings I need to be in, and I'll be.
Okay, appreciate it.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Okay, I've been asked for a break.
Yeah, we're not far.
Beat you
Welcome back.
Launch codes.
I see that you went with the,
6.
black and white grayscale today. Instead of,
Where's your plaid shirt?
By the way, do you have any tires that need inflated?
nah.
Communicate regularly,
I got a compressor.
aggressive.
Okay, we are back on the share.
Yesterday, we had our normal scheduled department come in and we had to stop. We had to put this on hold, so we're gonna pick up where we left off. Just to bring everybody up to speed, the sheriff made a proposal, had been adopted on Wednesday to adjust the pay on a number of positions in that department. And we are basically walking through that to make sure we have the appropriate numbers. All right, so really the last group to work on are the deputies and all of those unique things.
I see some good. Where do you see some?
And let's start with just the base underlying change. All of the deputies except the chief, all of those positions are gonna go to 24.94 per hour.
Right.
Now, I have a question. Is that inclusive of the courthouse deputies?
Yes.
Okay, so all the staff goes, okay.
Also, as we talked about, the training component is going away for all the deputies. So I'm gonna make sure we zero out those 55s and 22s and 33s and those kind of things. And that also included the courthouse security and part-time and full-time, right? Just none for any of that. All right. And then there were a variety of different ranks. We currently have ranks. Now this will eventually translate into just a straight up position title. But for now, because of our old system, the way it's structured, we have rank that's on top of the base. So we have 3 canine deputies, and that new rank is gonna be $1 more an hour. So we're gonna plug that in for them. We also have a, just a straight up detective. I know we have 2 detectives, but we have one that's just purely detective, and it looks like that is going to not change, right? That amount's gonna be the same. Check this real quick. Yeah, so we currently have that at 1.2 or 1.202, so that's gonna stay the same.
Yes.
And that was Brandon, right? Okay. Then we have Lieutenant. We only have one of those. That's 276 is gonna be the new amount for that one. sergeants, we have four total. One of them's a combo, we're gonna get to that in a minute, but 3 of them that are just straight up sergeants, no other mix, right? Those are $1.22. Let's see here, 2. And that's Browning. And then, who are your other 2 that are just straight sergeants?
We don't have any assigned right now.
Not assigned yet. Got it. That's why I have 2 that are blank. Okay.
They're vacant.
All right, so that's fine. When they are designated, then this would apply. So, okay. And then we have a combo that's relatively new because of a change up. So we have a sergeant, evidence room manager, and detective. There's 3 different things going on there that are gonna be combined. So the question for that is we're gonna take the new rate that you have for evidence custodian, that's $1. We're gonna take the sergeant new rate, which is $1.22, and the existing detective rate, which is $1.202. And we're gonna add those together, right? And that's what's gonna apply to that person. I've got that at 3.422. All right, and then how are we handling the school resource positions? That was one of the questions on my email.
That one, will reduce from 127 down to $1.
Got it, so SRO.
In line with
And that's not necessarily SRO specific, it's more the supervisory SRO duties, is that correct?
Yes.
Because I think right now we title it, we call it SRO coordinator, okay. So if that's just gonna stay the same, but the rate is gonna be $1, then
Yes.
we'll use that. And then, you have SORVO, and then you have specialized instructor. Those are 2 new ones.
Correct.
The SORVO is the registration,
Sex offender registration verification officer.
and which, do you have a person designated for that?
DeWitt.
DeWitt, okay, so we're gonna do $1 there. And then the last is the specialized instructor, and so one of my questions was, is you have quite a few, is that really correct, or
Yes.
what,
That is correct.
okay, and how are you gonna assign that, or do you have them all?
We have 2 instructors for each, psychomotor skill. And I have those people here listed, so whatever.
Okay, and what, who are those?
Michael Browning, Mitch Fleetwood, Brandon Gasparovic, Clint Dompler, and Nathan Martin. And there'll be one open because I'm the sixth one and that won't apply.
Got it. Okay, all right. So your goal operationally, it, like you said, was to have 2 per skill level normally.
Correct.
And since you're filling the role for now, it works,
Yes,
but
and I don't intend to fill.
yeah, it may not or something, yeah, okay, got it, all right. So now that was $1. So we're gonna go back in and the ones that don't have it, anything else, we're gonna go ahead and put that $1 in. We just have one that's kind of a clean amount. The others are already kind of have other things going on here, so. Browning is one of them. Gasparovic is another one. Wampler. And Martin. I tell ya, Martin, he needs about 6 more, duties.
That's a
He's a
recent,
very, multitasking guy
well,
here.
yeah, a recent position change, so some of that's going to be changing here soon, as we get some things.
So it'll change again?
Yes.
Okay, he may not always do the 4.
No, he won't be doing all of those.
Okay. All right, so
We
that's.
just have to get people in place to be able to assign those extra duties to somebody else.
Okay. All right, so at the moment now, we have taken the bases, we've updated the ranks, we've eliminated the training. Education stays the same for now, that's still there. There's about 5 or 6 of your deputies that currently qualify. Now, that amount may change in the future depending on when we finalize the education stuff, okay. Longevity, that did not change, that still applies, with the exception of we updated the chief deputy and the jail commander to exempt, so they don't get that anymore. Well, they get it, but it's a flat rate.
Right.
So, yeah. And then shift, are you still doing the shifts? What was your final decision on how that's structured and what you're
I would
gonna
like I would like to lock those in.
Where it should.
You talked about the assignment and payroll and
Yeah.
keeping it, you might share with the rest of the council, you had a
Yeah.
good point about this.
So
Can you
right-
share that?
Right now, we've got 3 different shift differentials, first, second, third shift. Second shift is paid the highest because it's historically the busiest. Third shift would be second, and then first shift there's no increase in pay for first shift. The way it works right now is if I'm assigned to day shift and that's my normal shift, and I end up picking up a second shift, my pay rate's gonna change because I'm working second shift. That works in the reverse also, so if I'm typically a second shift officer, but I pick up an overtime or an open shift on day shift, my hourly rate's going to reduce. The problem we run into, and the issue I have with it is, we try to encourage people to trade shifts as, to keep the overtime down. But we run into the issue where someone's like, well, I don't wanna trade shifts because I'm gonna make less money by trading shifts, so what I would like to do is to just lock those in. If your primary schedule is second shift, that's where, 80-90% of what your schedule is, you're just a second shift officer. If you work, if first shift is your primary schedule, then you're a first shift officer, regardless of what random change you might make temporarily, to switch shifts or something along those lines. This is your pay rate, this is what you're going to be making. I think it would be easier that way. I think it would be easier for payroll, and it makes a little more sense. And I have to answer fewer questions with, why is my paycheck different than it was last week? And it's like, oh, did you change any shifts?
What do you think, girls, on the payroll end of it?
I think it'd be adjusted however they wanna do it, it's just because they submit it and so they're just gonna have to keep track on their end and make sure they're letting us know the differences if there's people moving around or they've moved up or down in ranks and it's just,
It really don't make him that much difference.
We would just give them an assignment who's on what shift and leave it at that, because somebody's always switching shifts. And you have to adjust that payroll, they have to adjust that every time. This way, if you're on second shift, like Matt said, that's what you get paid, no matter what shift you go to for a day or two.
Only thing I could see a problem with that is, it'd be hard for a first shift worker to go to second or third. He's getting,
If it was a temporary thing, it's just a temporary thing. If it becomes a full-time thing, then you have to switch the pay. If it's just something temporary or covering the shift or something like that, it's mind-boggling for payroll.
I could see why that would be.
We need that in a motion.
I mean, it's purely operational, if that's the intent and direction and we're all on the same page with it, then.
I think it ought to be discretion to them, really, don't you?
Yeah, but I didn't, I mean, if you want to make it.
The only thing we need is what's already happening, and that is, we have a shift that's been assigned to a particular deputy. That part is all that matters as far as our system.
Just leave it that way.
Yeah, and then, but how they interpret or manage that.
Right.
And how they interface that with payroll, that's something that they need to do.
It's an in-house issue.
Yeah,
Yeah, we'll work it out there.
Okay.
because I totally agree, I mean, you wanna encourage it, but, you know, one guy's getting penalized, the other guy's getting a bonus, you know? And I know it kinda matched really, but it's not really the normal operation, and
Yeah.
that's, you know.
Sounds good, we'll leave it.
And.
Okay. All right, so with that,
There can be still.
with all of those totals now kind of coming together, we now have the ability to take those amounts and put them all into the regular wages and where they need to be. So the next thing is adding this stuff up and putting it into those line items. Is that okay?
Yeah, we're right.
Now, the,
Can I interrupt 1 second? Du Bois just resigned.
Okay, we'll deal with that in a little bit. We're dealing with this right now.
all right, so how that translates then into the budget bottom lines, and that's the next step after this. There's still gonna be some work to do there to know. But let's get the numbers in, okay? So we already took care of courthouse security yesterday. We know, we put that in that budget and we know that number, okay? So I'm gonna add up the deputies part now. All right, so the sheriff's pay, which is the top item in the budget, is $99,166. That's for elected official pay. The deputies is $930,613. Now, for that line item though, we need to add in the jail matron. And then we need to add in the office admin,
We figured those yesterday.
yeah. Those are the only ones that I think go into that line item, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so that amount would be 1,011,804.
Regular wages.
It doesn't look like anything we reflected from what we adopted on Wednesday.
Well, we didn't officially adopt anything, we kind of passed to figure the numbers. So if there was a number in there, that was probably an estimate, we never really touched or figured.
I thought we did pass that proposal, that's the way the motion was read.
What are you talking about, Chuck?
I'm talking about his proposal that he brought in on Wednesday
Yes,
that increased the officer's pay.
Yep.
That number that you just gave me doesn't seem to reflect that.
it does, we just walked through that. We've added the rates up and we're retooling the totals. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
These reflect the
Because
adjustment.
what the adopted budget for this year was 1.266, so I'm basing it on that number.
Yeah, well,
See what I'm saying? It's gone down 255,000, and I don't see how that's possible if we approved Wednesday.
well, we've just walked through it. We've got the matron, the office admin, right? Those are in
You got
there.
the secretary, the matron,
Yeah.
the cook.
Cook is part-time,
Part-time, that's.
okay.
Cook wouldn't be part of that, would it?
No, he's part-time.
Yeah.
Our courthouse security are not in this figure.
No, and I get
Shouldn't
that,
be,
but
okay.
that was separate.
Oh, wait a minute.
It, does that,
The jail, that's what's missing. That's what's missing. It's the jail. We kind of overlooked that, so,
The entire jail.
yeah. Well, with the exception of the 3 that you are taking. Bingo. All right.
That was,
See, that's why we've got more than 1 or 2 people looking at this stuff, so. All right, so we had identified yesterday 3 of the jailers that are gonna be in the correctional facilities fund. So those are not in this total, so those are out. Jail part is 403,230. So let's do the math. Okay, so it's 1,415,34.
Yep.
Holiday pay would be next.
I have a question.
Yes.
Since, didn't we move, the chief deputy and the jail commander to salary from, were they were hourly and then,
They will be exempt.
I mean,
if
they'll be
this-
salary. Should there be a different line item on there?
There may need to be, that's not programmed in here though, it's still all just hourly real quick, to figure the math. But yeah, there would be a separate line item that we typically use for them.
So did you include
So-
that?
I added
Don't be
one,
coming
but
here expecting comp
never
time,
used.
Matt Miller.
So did, so in this regular wages, are they included in?
They are in that number right now. Yes, we need a line item. Well, let's go ahead and put that in. What is the line item number
It's
for?
11400.
And what's that titled again,
Regular salary?
regular salary, okay. Let's go ahead and back that out since we have a line item for it now, if you don't mind. Okay,
That other 1.4,
yes,
Yeah.
let's just figure the math on it while we can.
What, yeah, what is that?
So if I take the jail commander and I take the chief deputy, that total is 139,213.
In regular wages.
13.
So is that going in the regular wages, Anton? That amount?
No, 139,213.
139,213 is under the new line item, regular salary, okay?
Oh, thank you, 139, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, we went ahead and created it, we could create a line item real quick
No,
here.
I did that, but the number I was thinking in my head was wrong.
Okay.
Sorry.
So then doing the math, regular wages would be 1,275,821,
Yes.
okay?
Okay,
get all the scribbling done.
1,275,821.
1,275,821. All right, so holiday benefits. Now, the jail commander and the chief deputy would no longer qualify because they'd be exempt. So that part's not in there. So the good thing about having it entered here is that it automatically figures the holiday on the new rates, okay? So the sheriff, I'm gonna give you both parts, jail versus deputy, just for your own reference, but we just total them up here because if you remember, in jail facilities, the only thing we put there was the wage, FICA, and the perk.
Correct.
We're not putting any other expense, so this has to all be in the normal budget.
Sure.
So the sheriff deputy part is 39,000. 39,668.
Okay,
And then the jail part is 21,298.
okay,
So the amount for your line item is 60,966. That is lower because remember, we took out the 2 salaried positions. The court security full-time do not qualify for holiday because they're not on that kind of schedule.
Right.
So they're not in that either.
right.
Okay. So before we figure up FICA and PERF, we need to talk about the overtime and where that needs to be, because that's part of that figure, so.
Well, we increased overtime from 62,000 to 74,000. That's $12,000 increase now. Should be sure Wyatt is here, and I appreciate him showing up. You know, when you increase wages, you increase the overtime a little bit, but I think we're gonna leave the number plugged in to where it is right now till we see what our bottom line is.
Okay.
Then, once we know what our bottom line is, then if we need to make some adjustments, we'll come back to that.
Generally speaking, on the jail end of things, it looks like the average change in rate or overall cost is about 15%, okay? So we know that whatever's been happening with overtime in the jail would go up at least 15% on that cost, okay?
It would be.
You may not have maybe the same turnover, or vacancies with the rate changes,
Well, that's
so,
what we're hoping, I mean,
Yeah.
the fact of it is, our biggest overtime budget is in the jail.
yeah,
It's like a revolving door, there, people come, people go, the employees are about as fast turnaround as the inmates are.
right. So that hopefully will improve.
Well, and with Bill being exempt,
Yeah.
he'll have no more overtime, he'll get paid for overtime, and he works law. So we're hoping this all goes through, it's all said and done, that our overtime rates will go down in the jail, we'll get more qualified officers, people stay. That's the goal. But I think we need to leave it for right now.
Read it and what they have spent. Select your balance. Just to give you an idea. In your overtime line, your appropriation last year was 62,000.
We got 20.
You've spent $35,850.30. So you've got $26,149.70 left. Just to give you an idea of
Thank you.
where you are.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, so,
That's not bad, 8 months into the ball.
it's surprisingly not, is it? But that reflects the old wage, as well.
Sure.
It's kind of like the discussion we had with Chris and the part-time and, you know, there will be some kind of shifts that we're not certain where they're all gonna end up. What we do know is the rate went up, and so just that alone is gonna, assuming the same amount of overtime, is gonna cause it to go up. But then there's probably gonna be an offset because you might not be needing as much.
That's correct.
So, for now, what I would maybe recommend is just kind of put that on hold for a moment and then come back to that when we know how all the numbers fall.
Do you want me to leave that blank?
So just leave it at the 74.4 at the moment. So perf is figured on the jailers that are not in the facilities fund. It's also not figured on your deputies. So let's do the math on that. All right, so I've got the jailers that are not in the facilities fund. I've got the matron. And I've got the office admin. Is there anybody we're missing there for perf?
I don't think so.
Okay. All right, so that should be 54,255. Part-time, we already did yesterday, that's the cook, that's 20,923.
I have 22,214.
That might have been what was entered before.
What was before was $15,020.
Let's double check here. Maybe we didn't enter the new number, we just wrote it down. 22,214, yeah,
What line?
part-time.
Part-time.
22 what?
214.
What'd you have?
The 29,
The
23,
old one?
yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what was entered originally, estimated, but we never actually entered it. Okay. And now, FICA, that's on, kind of on everything really, other than those three that are out. So let's do that here. This is gonna be the toughest one. So FICA is gonna apply to the jailers that are not in the Correctional Facilities Fund. It's gonna apply to matron. It's gonna apply to the office admin. It's gonna apply to the overtime, but not all of it. You said most of it's been jail, like how much? 70%, 60?
Yeah, 80, 70, 80%, at least.
Let's say 75% of the overtime. I'm gonna use that 74.4 figure we already have in here. The cook applies. And then it applies to the jailer's part of the holiday benefit, right? And that's good, we separated that out, so.
I'm gonna get scolded. I'm gonna get scolded today.
Did we leave anybody out?
I don't think so. I hope not.
And we'll have another round where we can double check things, but. Coming up with 44,656.
$44,656.
Yeah, but now, so here's my question is, the number is a lot different than what's in there currently.
Right.
So, you see what I'm saying? It's not enough, it's not a small amount.
No, jailers.
So jailers that are not in the correctional facilities, because we have FICA there,
Yeah.
so that's good.
And there are, what, 3 of them?
3. We have the admin and the matron. We talked about 75% of the overtime because most of it's jailers, and jailers are a part of that, right? So that's there. The part-time cook is there. And then we took the holiday pay for all of the jailers, because we don't have that in. So we've got that there. What are we missing?
Your road deputies, your detectives.
They don't get, well, wait a minute.
You're calculating FICA, not
Wait a
perf.
minute, that's perf.
Yeah, you're calculating FICA.
Mysteries. Good.
That's a big chunk
Good job.
there, isn't it?
Thank you, ma'am. Once again.
That's
you
why
wanna
walking
grant me a
through
raise.
this is good. Yeah. All right,
Happy to help.
so let's rethink that.
I'm running out of whiteout, guys.
Yeah.
I'm running out of paper. All right, so it's gonna. I guess this might be a little easier because it's broader, so. So I'm gonna include, and we got the sheriff in this too, we don't wanna forget him, right? So sheriff, all regular wages, regular salary, all holiday benefits, because we don't have a separate line item in the correctional facilities for that anyway. So all of that we see here is a part of that. All overtime, because it doesn't matter whether it's jail or deputy.
Right.
And then the cook. Does that sound good?
Yes.
That makes more sense. 127, 891. All right, so sheriff retirement. We had projections based on pre-salary adjustments already. So can you go over those next?
The amount that you have to budget for the next year is in your $305,291.
Yeah.
Okay, and
I may have to make an adjustment for 2024.
I've got that amount in here, so that's good. Should we get a new number from the actuary to make sure we're current on what we're doing?
Well, you could, if you want to, as long as it doesn't delay us here. I mean, if we're within a little bit, we're gonna be fine anyway, you know what I'm saying? I can do that. If not, you'll have to make that adjustment for your 2024. See what I'm saying?
Well, see, but we'll already be behind is what the problem will be.
Yeah, so I mean,
We can take 30% or 32 of the increase and then add it to the 305. That'd be easy.
you can, if you wanna go ahead and do that, you can. It's all gonna boil down to where, when we add these numbers together here in just a little bit, exactly where the total's going to fall.
Plus, we still apply tax warrant money and the civil processing.
Yeah, that's,
Which would lower the amount. Do we know what those dollar amounts are? Do we have some new figures on that?
I would just leave it right now to 305, 291. Then I can give with, Stan Brown, make the adjustments. Once we get the final numbers in, send it to him, and it's not gonna be that big a difference, that much of a change, I wouldn't think.
Well, I was figuring like $70,000. If you take the increase in pay and you do 30% of that, 32, that's a lot of money. It's not gonna be just $5,000.
No, it's not.
So I don't know, if it was only 5, I'd say forget about it, but if you're talking that kind of change.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Leave it at the 305 till we get where our number is here in a little bit. That way we'll know.
Well, I tell you what,
Adjustment.
we can kind of tell, let me go back to the spreadsheet here. And it only affects the deputies, that part of it, so we can do a rough figure here.
what that number is.
I think we can come up with a pretty good figure on this. So if I take cause we know what they've been paid.
Yeah.
And if we just plugged in all this stuff, we know the difference, okay? And
Sure.
again, it's not gonna be precise, but.
Right.
So the increase over last year on the deputies that qualify for retirement is $188,141.
Okay.
And then, and it looks like the average, it's 21, 22% increases, average, some of them are 24, that kind of thing. So let's say 22, so if we look at the, looks like when you took out the chief deputy and there's no holiday pay for him, it's kind of a wash there. So I don't know if we need to worry about figuring it on that increase, so, if you
Around
take,
320.
yeah, if you take the 188 times 32%, that's a $60,000 cost.
Okay.
So,
It's just, I'll write that up here.
yeah, I would take the 305,291 and I would add $60,000 to that. But then we should subtract the amount that's gonna go towards civil service and tax warrant, because then that'll lower it a little bit.
Yeah.
Cause you don't want that here if it's gonna be paid for somewhere else. So, can we get maybe some figures on like how much is available in year-to-date in those funds? And then we can subtract it out and come up with a new number to put in here for the budget.
How much is left in the retirement line? Or are you
No,
talking about fund
tax
balance?
warrants and civil process fees. And while she's doing that, I think we already finalized our group insurance number yesterday.
Correct.
We had 30 employees essentially, or 30 positions, so we have that already done. Workers' comp and liability are to do, just like EMS was.
No, offhand.
Do I have, no,
Okay.
Matt, do you know?
One other quick question for you on another item, you mentioned copy machine lease agreement. In 22, it was paid out of tax warrant, but for 23, you're just putting it back in there, is that right?
yes.
It was 3,000, okay.
And you just want the cash balance or you want expenditures?
But
Cash balance as of 8/17 is $4,797.65.
And that was tax warrant?
Yes.
What was the revenue year to date?
Revenue.
I still think my 2 cents worth is pulling these other funds in. There's no guarantee of the exact revenue amounts and relying on them and taking them down to nothing. It is a little risky. They need a little bit of margin of error or emergencies. So, 4,797 isn't a very big balance to be trying to use towards something.
I don't think tax warrant was the bigger of the two, I think civil
Yeah,
process is
civil,
usually
yeah.
more.
the receipts for tax warrant is $2,606.55. And is that sheriff process fee? Forgive me. Accounts payable isn't mine,
I think.
Yes.
that makes sense, okay. Alright. So revenue for that is $12,421.40.
Cash balance.
Um,
Cash balance is $10,393.32.
So based on these numbers, it seems like kind of a conservative number would maybe be 15,000. Does that sound about right? Because the cash balances are already at that amount. We've got several more months before you get into 23 anyway to pay it. So it probably would work if you had that kind of offset. And I think in the past, it's been anywhere from 15 to 20 or
Yeah, I think
it seems like it's been about that amount,
you used
so.
$21,000, I think, year before last, I believe, something like that, I can't remember for sure.
So if I do take that then off, then the amount we wanna put in for sheriff retirement is $350,291.
We can send all this stuff to Stan Brown, so.
Yeah, I think we've got enough. I think once we get past today, we'll get a copy of the breakdown, so you can send that to him and say, here's the new wages we're anticipating. How does this come into play?
Yeah, he'll figure out down.
Yes, I think, and by the time we get to September, we'll have we'll have what we need. But, this part doesn't affect 22.
No,
So as far as like the implementation for the balance of this year and those numbers for next, this part won't hold that up. But for 23 though, we wanna make sure that's, correct.
that's correct.
Was there anything else, I mean, that's it for wages at this point, is there anything else that we needed to address on his budget?
I have gaps, so do you wanna leave gas, oil and lube?
You wanna just run through those real quick,
Yeah,
just have the
let's
totals?
just-
And Nicole, while you're there, can you pull up our balance to fuel reimbursement?
Ah,
Because we got something we can help you with.
that would also be an offset.
This won't help you out here, won't help everybody out. Should be 39.
Yeah, I did have a note, rely on fuel reimbursement, so.
I may have it on my phone if you don't.
Should be a revenue. That it's on file.
Yeah, it's its own fund, right, that's
Yes.
your full reimbursement fund.
Got it.
30.
Got it.
29, 39,000.
And you just wanna know what your revenue,
Yeah, how much we got in that cash balance in our pocket.
what did that say?
I got it on the phone, if you, I go back and get it if you need me to. Don't said it to me like 100 times.
I hear you, Sam, I hear you. So their fund balance is $38,187.68.
38 something.
38,187.68.
No, that's very helpful.
Yeah, and we'll see how that plays out here in a little bit on the numbers.
All right. So you wanna just rattle off those line items, Nicole, that you have, or?
Okay, the ones that have gaps, you have 80,000 for gas, oil and lube. That's up 20,000 from last year. Do you wanna leave that in there?
Yes.
Then jump down to rotation of vehicles.
Yes.
You lowered that 40,000 from last year, so do you want that to remain 80,000?
Correct.
Copy machine lease agreement is just up from 2660 to 3,000.
Yes.
Okay. Your meals.
Meal money, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you're okay.
No.
Go ahead.
Our meal money is $90,000, it used to be $100,000 due to last year, make some changes, reduce it by $10,000. We are upping our meal money $10,000, but it will not come out of public safety. That $10,000 meal money increase will come out of jail housing. So there'll be no increase in meals on the public safety side, there will be on the jail housing side.
That's all I have.
So I have, 3,183,062. When the numbers get bigger like that, it gets a little more,
Okay. 99,167.
Workman's comp's gonna be a.
One.
1,275,821, 139,213, 69,66, 127,891, 350,291, 54,255, 74,400, 22,214, 6,000, 4,000, 80,000, 7,000, 4,500, 12,50, 4,000, 10,000, 15,000, 1,500, 5,000, 80,000, 840, 8,000, 2,000, 3,000 for copy machine lease, 2,250.
I just found it.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's the 132,
Oh,
300.
okay, medical, yeah, prisoners, 132,300, 3,000 for radio, 800, 33,265, 163,113, 30,000, 90,000, 1,000, 233,730, 57,297, 3,183,62. We match. So you know what? We're considering that number, which doesn't, in the grand scheme of things, look too bad. I don't know what your opinion is on that as far as what we've worked on here. I mean, this revenue is coming from the lit, and we know generally what that is, and there is a 3% growth factor with that initially is projected. So, in my opinion, I would leave it the way it is for now. I don't know if there's really anything. I mean, it might go up a little bit when you figure in workers' comp and, whatever the liability insurance.
Workman's comp would be the worst.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
probably the biggest unknown here now,
Yeah.
but the wage stuff's all in there now, so I don't know what you think of that number, Sheriff, but I don't know if it
It's
looks
close.
bad.
It's close,
Yeah.
we're pretty close.
Yeah.
I
I would just sit on it.
Well, better than I thought it was gonna be.
Yeah, I think so.
we're
I appreciate you going through that in detail. It makes a big difference. It
That's
does.
good. We'll make it work. We're gonna make it work. We gotta make it work.
Oh, well, now, the only other thing, just, the courthouse security was still up. The general fund was up 20-some there.
Okay.
That's more of a concern than this.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
let's address that.
Okay.
We're already here. You know, we got the jail, we got the road guys done. We're real close, so I'm good on the numbers. But I don't wanna go back on anything I said because that would make me a very good person. And probably one of the most disliked people in the county at the moment anyway.
Well, that's all right, cause we were right there and voted for it.
Yes.
We'll share that blame with you.
But I do, in my proposal, I'm honest, you know, the only thing I know is in the proposal, I told you is that, our proposal would not affect the general fund. You know, but, my oversight, and I'll take full responsibility and blame. I know the retirement FICA and stuff for the full-time officers are paid out of my budget, but their wages are not. They're paid out of the general fund wages, okay? So for the increase for everybody, including the jailers, we're going to need, the impact on the general fund is $24,609. Okay, that's that's the impact on your general fund. That's a decision that you're going to have to make right now, not later. And now I do want to ask you this question, and Mr. White, you still here, sir? Yes. Okay. I don't, you know, I don't like going back on my word, and it was just an oversight on my part, so please forgive me. With an impact in your general fund, $24,609, me and Mr. White and Chief Deputy Miller are gonna go to this next room over here, and I'm gonna go through some of my line items here. And I can do some things. I'm not sure if I can get to I can get pretty close. I can't get to the 20,000, but I guarantee you I can get half, if not more. Some of these things will have to be paid out of our jail housing fund. We've already talked to, Sheriff Water, and Sheriff Water, that's what he's gonna be the sheriff, so. And we've talked to Matt about this, and they both agreed to this. So we're gonna go back and dissect a few numbers. But I guess what I'm asking, because I tell you what's important to us, what's important to the whole entire county, is we have to be able to advertise for new hires at this new wage. We cannot send out any information to hire in at $41,000. Is that correct, Chief? Ryan, you agree with that?
Yes.
So this new wage is what we're going to have to submit when we ask for, you know, people to come over here. This is what we can give them. So
Well, you know,
tell me what you need me to do on this general fund.
I'm gonna tell you that several of the decisions that I've made, this week have hinged on the fact that, you know, we're staying close to the cup on the general fund.
Yes.
And we've got several wish list items and other requests that, you know, are about the general fund too. So the fact that it wasn't related to the general fund was very important to me. That's where I'm at.
Yep.
I think this needs to be, we need to get this going so they can, because you're down, how many now?
We're down to, we got one leaving on the 16th, and unfortunately I got a phone call last night that I did not want to hear. another one is leaving.
So I mean,
To
it's
take an
imperative,
$84,000
yeah.
to take an $84,000 a year job. We just can't hold on.
So
So,
I feel like
is
it's
there any more?
imperative that we get this going.
So, tell me what you want me to do about this. I mean, we're talking $24,609. We'll go to the back room right here.
Let's give you a chance to look at that. I mean, we're not done today. Let's give them a chance.
Agreed.
We'll regroup.
Speaking of being done today, I will tell you, I took PTO from work based on this schedule. So if you wanna wait me out,
Yeah.
I've gotta leave at noon, so.
There we go.
Okay.
So we come back after lunch and.
Yeah, we'll regroup.
Yeah,
Sure.
But you won't be here, Andy?
I've got a call at noon, so I'm going to try, but, again, I kind of based.
You gotta work, brother, that's the way it goes, don't take any.
Well, but,
Don't be upset.
okay,
You gotta go.
but with that, wait a minute, no. I love him like a brother, but I can't do that. I cannot have him not here on this decision. If you just tell me that I need to go in the back room and come up with $25,000, tell me to do so. You
Yes,
have to make a decision.
I would.
Let's go.
You also can do transfers
Thank you.
from any of his other funds into those line items in the county general fund, which would only be the salary amounts, your FICA and all of that would still be Southern. So transfers of cash to the general fund is possible as
Reimbursement.
well.
We'll just go back and find the money, cause I want, Andy, in all fairness to you, if we come up with that amount of money, are you good with that, sir, not affecting your general fund?
Yes, sir.
Thank you,
Would
sir.
you like any Nicaragua assist or anything else?
I'm not trying to make this about me, though.
No, well, no, I want you to be a part of it, I mean, you've been,
Okay, I didn't know if you want a liaison or not.
you guys finish up what you gotta do, and you get done, you come back.
do we wanna do highway? Can we get that done?
Highway is not gonna be done in 10 minutes, so
Okay.
I would,
Oh, it was the drink.
yes.
So you got,
What, say that again?
Chamber is having lunch at noon for you guys.
Oh, yeah.
The chambers is coming back in there?
No, they
No,
were having
they're having
lunch
lunch
for
for
you
us.
guys at noon.
There's
Oh,
noon,
okay.
noon in it,
Chamber's a chamber.
yeah.
Yes.
It's at their office, right? Yeah, okay.
Andy, you said something, they want us to go to Chambers Restaurant? for
No.
lunch?
The chamber,
They're,
Chamber of Chambers, that's really different, isn't it?
I'd be over
is it the chamber, chambers or chambers?
Chambers of Chamber?
have to pay for your own over there.
Well, what else do we,
There's nothing we can fit in 10 minutes, is there? Is
What was
there
that?
Anything we can get done in 10 minutes?
I wouldn't mess with it. It's, highway is gonna be similar to sheriff, not as complicated, but, and we just need to get Greg back in here and stuff, but not in 10 minutes.
Okay, so do we wanna take our lunch
Recess?
break? When do we wanna come back?
What's our,
I had 1:15,
we
so.
can do it at 1.
1?
Sure.
Move it up to 1?
That's what you just said.
I'll be over if I can.
Okay. Yeah, I was thinking about leaving you out.
No, I mean, it's on.
Recess?
I agree with you.
Oh, and it needs to go
However, the
down.
sheriff did brief him, just so you know. The sheriff did brief him.
Are we ready?
We're ready.
Back in green. Back in business. Alright, let's get, guys,
Yeah, you need 25, 24, 609. Come up with 25
alright,
out of the
where'd that come from?
uniforms, jail, or janitorial supplies. Comes to, that's an even $25,000.
Mm-hmm,
Take it out of the public safety fund.
So you was able to get that amount, Sam?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
good deal.
so uniforms and supplies there?
Janitorial
Good.
Just get the glasses on, can help.
Alright, so uniforms need to
The
be,
inmate uniform,
No.
so instead of the 10,000 for uniforms?
Yeah.
You're gonna take 0?
Yeah.
Okay. And then the other one,
Janitors, supplies.
0, okay. So then, how are we gonna then move the court security part, then where do you wanna put that?
You tell me, I don't know, whatever.
Or
makes
how do we split that out, cause that's not even one one
I
person,
don't
I
know,
guess.
that, you just have to figure that part of it out.
Let's check on that here. Cause like their regular wages, that's 117, and if you even split it with the 2 people, that's too much. Part-time, maybe you could move half of the part-time maybe, would be about 25,000.
Whatever you need,
Maybe that's the avenue to take.
whatever you need to do to make it work to cover that shortfall.
What do you think?
What was your suggestion then?
I was gonna say, the only real thing you could easily like split in the court security is the part-time. You could cut that in half and split it between the lit fund and the general fund's portion. And that would be about 25.
Okay,
So put part in the lit and then part,
Right, the combined would still be the same, but where it's paid from,
so if they're burden 25,000 off of the.
I think it comes out pretty close.
Okay.
Yeah, let me take a quick look at that. Yeah, you have, one of your part-time is, the wage part's 25,600.
That's fine.
There's gonna be a little bit of FICA in there, but that's not gonna be huge, so you could just fund that position over there, cause it is one of those regularly scheduled.
That's fine.
Okay.
That works out when you leave that.
okay, so,
Uniform janitors where it is, and
So let's do the math then. Okay, so 25. All right, so in the part-time line item of 1170. It's gonna be, part-time will then become 47,801. And then your FICA is gonna be 129,849. The grand total is 3,185,607.
3 million what, 185?
And that's what
Are
taking.
you sure? That's not a big number.
3,185,607.
The last number I have is 3.183.
Went up.
Yes.
Well, it's supposed to go
I
up
have
because we're adding this to this budget.
Right.
I know, but it didn't go up as much.
Oh, you know
as what
why?
I-
Forget it. That's because we zeroed the two other lines. Sorry.
Yeah, I already zeroed those.
I zeroed
It should be not a big impact.
It's not, you're right, it's not.
Okay.
Because we zeroed the other
Okay,
two lines.
okay, yeah, I see.
I zeroed out
I was-
supplies and I zeroed out
Question, I thought, I mean, yeah.
You called it, you're right there with me.
Yeah, it's right with you, yeah.
So,
FICA.
Like
Yeah.
129,849.
yep,
Part-time 47,801.
That one is.
Those are the only two we changed.
and then I zeroed out supplies, which was, I had 6,000 in there. And I zeroed out uniforms and I had 10,000 in
With
there.
10.
Yes, that's what he had, he didn't have that
Uniforms
this
is
year.
10, janitorial.
He only had 6,000 in supplies
Uh-huh.
and 10,000 in uniforms, so
Yeah.
that's the 4,000.
Janitorial supplies.
There's two
So
different.
it's, yeah, the one below it, right there,
This one should be
Yep.
what?
0.
Zero.
Zero. Not actual supplies, but
Right.
janitorial.
Yeah, so back up
There
there would
you
be
go.
another
Okay,
6.
and that one was 6.
Sorry about that.
There.
Wording matters.
So 319,
3,185,607.
Yeah, 3,185,607.
Perfect.
That's correct. Okay. All right, well, that takes care of that. Oh, well, let's go back to court security and just subtract that out then, do the reverse here. All right, so in courthouse security,
Yes, sir.
then the part-time there is gonna be 7,999,
27,
27,999.
27.
Part-time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then FICA is going to be 11,151. I've got 158,412.
Regular wages.
117,762. Yeah. Twenty-seven nine nine nine.
Part-time. And 1,500.
Mhm.
And 58,412.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. I jumped columns.
Now that
That's my
that
fault.
completes that.
Okay, so that's,
That's all I have.
so do we need to have that go in effect as quickly as possible? What needs to be
we
done?
have to have a public hearing September the 12th for this year's raises.
Okay,
So just
So
get
it
scheduled.
would be,
do we have to, we have to have the amounts to,
get the exact amounts to advertise.
so now we have that,
by
right?
Next Friday.
We have that now, so,
Yeah, they can figure it and they can, they're gonna go over than, for advertisement, but you're gonna have basically a quarter's worth of the year.
so I mean, that's probably the soonest we can get.
Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion. I've been very confused about this elected officials pay. I'd like to make a motion that we would open this elected officials pay for discussion, because I think we need to look at it.
Can I ask you to withdraw that for one moment?
Okay, I withdraw that.
Because we need to give the auditor a motion to go ahead and publicize the public hearing date and the numbers for that we are doing on the sheriff's department things.
Well, they don't have the numbers for that yet.
Well, those numbers can be added in, but we need to get them out of there, right?
Yeah, we need to get.
Yeah, do you need to
Motion.
recess this hearing and then open back up, right?
So,
Yes.
so we recess the,
Hearings.
the budget
Reopen the
hearings
meeting.
and reopen the meeting, okay. So I hereby recess and open the meeting.
Okay, motion to have the auditor publicize the amounts for the new sheriff budget. And so there's something else we needed, Anton?
It was to advertise out of the.
Oh, yes, I remember. Out of the appropriate funds and the numbers that they to be determined as the auditor comes up with them. That has to be done.
Because all we're pulling is the difference above the budget, not.
I understand that, but I gotta give you leeway to handle that.
Yeah.
And I second.
Motion made by Chuck, seconded by Nick. Any other discussion?
And this will be from the proportionate places, there's correctional facility, part there, that kind of thing.
Okay, no further discussion. All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay, motion carried.
Now we revert back to the hearing.
Okay, now we close the meeting and open,
Thank you all.
Not closed.
oh, we're not recess, sorry,
It's okay.
sorry.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you,
Thanks, Thank you, Ryan.
yes.
Once again, I make a motion that we open up discussion about the elected officials' pay. I think there's 16 elected officials. Does that sound right?
I don't think you need a motion, let's talk about it.
Just talk and
Oh, okay.
discuss
It's a
it.
workshop,
Well, but I was thinking everything had already been settled and we was moving on.
it's all open.
But I think this is something that we really need to iron out.
It's,
Okay, then we don't need a motion. And what is our thinking on giving our elected officials an increase in pay? Some of them have taken on additional work because we've taken staff out of their offices. I would hate to think we went through a year and didn't give them anything, for the fact that we're giving hopefully we're gonna give their employees, substantial raises. So I just brought that up. And I saw with the council, I remember we didn't give the council anything. I have no problem with that. Did we give the commissioners anything? Then, okay. But then I do know that we've set some figures in there, in the one office in particular, which is the building department, that had brought the attention to so many individuals, already been mentioned this morning by our 911 director. So how many other people are on board wondering, are the council going to address our pay as elected officials? And we got 3 of them here, 3 out of the 5 here in the courthouse.
Well, I think we should, and it should be done, but not in this fashion, just like any other discussion we've had. So it's not really gonna be up to me here in this debate, but I will say it's definitely needed, and just like every other position in county government. That's why we have a system, that's why we took the steps we took earlier the other day. It just so happens that unfortunately, most of those don't fall or don't fall within where we last cut that off. Now, if you go higher on how much you wanna put towards wages, then you might start picking some of that up. And originally it was going halfway to the midpoint, then there would be you'd be getting into that territory where you'd be including elected officials. But it's not far enough to do that, if you're looking to keep it connected and proportionate. But the other option is to specifically select which ones you want and then give them some kind of a dollar amount. But again, I'm not in favor of that, but that's the option, so something to think about.
What are you in favor of, Matt? Going up and stuff?
Well, I'm in favor of what I originally was in favor of on Wednesday, and that's going halfway to the midpoint for everybody. But that is pricier, there is more money, that was the concern that everybody had. But if you recall, that particular total, our target at the time for the general fund was 125. In the discussion, we then backed out some other costs, if you remember, and then came up with a new number of about 67 or 65 as our target.
Of what we have to work with.
Right, as far as what we were willing to give towards that.
Okay,
So that's where we last left it, and it'd have to be increased if you wanna go that route. Or you can do it separately, picking certain positions and then giving the increase, but.
well, I think there's 5 full-time elected officials in the courthouse. Let me count that right. We've got the assessor, we've got the auditor, we've got the treasurer, the recorder, and the clerk. Okay, they basically make the same, other than the auditor, I think, makes $1,000 extra. And I think the clerk picks up a few dollars off the election budget. Other than that, I think the other 3 are all 3 the same. So, Sheila, you're an elected official. Are you deserving of a raise? That's a crazy statement.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
I want to be able to say and justify my mind that we've done a fair job in 3 days of looking at $16+ million and give everybody a fair amount. Then, Anton, what did it take them then if we go in your chart?
And are you
We've talked about that many times.
May I interrupt just a minute? We haven't even settled up on these yet. And the way my figures are, we're way above what we can afford anyhow. I think we need to, on the figures, before we figure any more spending money, we need to figure on what we've got. Don't you think we need to add this up? And then we're probably gonna have to trim some of them we've discussed, is the way I see it, especially if we're gonna stick at that 125,000.
I think, Earl, if we have a figure and we know we've covered all bases, then if we have to go back and cut, we at least know that we got X amount of dollars that we have to cut out. I don't know how we go back and measure any of
What'd you say?
cuts if we don't have the basis of what we need to cut. But if we don't give them a raise now, I'm confident if we wait, there won't be any money. So I think you're right, we're gonna have to cut already, yeah, Sheila.
So, and again, I'm just throwing this out there for conversation. That 1.4 million was set as a threshold for a new jail and to maintain in order to get loans and bonds and all of that. It isn't gonna happen in 2023. We'll be lucky if it would happen by 2024. What would happen if we went underneath that 1.4 to help offset raises for the elected officials? And I'll answer for all of us elected officials. We've all been trying to figure out what to do to get our staff raises, and I'll speak for everybody. So is that a drop dead $1.4 million that you guys are gonna stick to as the council? Or are you gonna try to help, maybe have to go under that a little bit to help get raises for all elected officials, not just the courthouse ones, for the council, for the commissioners, and all of the staff? And if you pick the halfway 50% target, then it needs to go across the board to everybody. And you have done the outside departments, and you have given to some of the others that, could it be offset, or you've increased part-time to full-time, and where's the workload, pick up, and those kinds of things. So is that 1.4 million a drop dead number that you guys are gonna stick to, then unfortunately, nobody's gonna get anything?
Well,
Cause
here's-
you are above it.
Here's what I'm going by, I'm just going with what Jim said. If we don't keep that 1.4, we're gonna have to drop that lit deal, because we're not gonna be able to sustain it enough to where we can afford to build a jail, which,
See, and again, I still disagree with the 1.4 as a measurement, because it's not apples to apples. That's the cash balance you currently have. That's just a snapshot of a cash balance. What you need to look at is your budget capacity. How much you take in, how much are you spending out? And if you figure in the property tax income into the equation, there's way more money coming in than going out. At the end of the year, think about it. If you're breaking even, I know Jim touched on this, each month you're maybe 50,000 this, 50,000, and then when the settlement comes in, jumps back up. If you get to the end of the year, you're gonna have more than 1.4 million anyway. But it's that capacity, that unused or unspent capacity that's there. And you have to decide as a council, how much of that are you willing to save towards the jail, or how much of that are you willing to put towards increased expenses like wages and some of the other things we've been doing? What's that balance? And I personally feel we have more to work with. That's why I'm kind of pushing the amount that I originally had stated Wednesday morning. We went more cautious with that, which there's nothing wrong with that. But when you don't go as far, you're not including as many people. If you're trying to encompass some additional positions and some folks, like some of the elected officials, we're not quite there, with it. But it's a matter of what you're comfortable doing. I mean, that's what this is about, is balancing those amounts.
why would we have set that 125 to begin with? We ought even have discussed that part, yeah.
Well, that's the way I looked at it. Now, if you do the 125, then you're basically, if you do that, then you're going halfway to the midpoint. And here I'll give you an example. That starts to put the elected officials into the mix, in addition to everybody else that.
So that's the $900.
Yes, bingo. So when we were talking originally, if you were to go halfway to the midpoint, I'm gonna use the assessor as an example like we did, the difference in the current wage that's there versus the new wage would be an additional $900 for the year. The auditor, since the auditor already makes a little bit more, the auditor's isn't as big, but she also just gets into positive territory. It's about 200, okay? Your treasurer, and yeah, big money there. Don't spend it all in one place. Treasurer, clerk, they would be in the 900 because they're at that same level they're at now. Council and, let's see, council and commissioners were mentioned. Council would be looking at getting into that territory, about 900 as well. And commissioner, commissioners are about 600. So you're starting just barely scraping that point if you go to the halfway midpoint. Now, anything you keep going from there, then obviously they're gonna start going up.
So anybody who's above that will not receive any increase?
Correct, it's the same as now. Anybody above where we cut it off is already getting paid more than that point.
Okay, what about the sheriff's department? We just got.
We already did that.
They
I
won't
mean,
have
that's a
anything-
separate proposal.
We're talking
We've
about,
already-
what
This
we're
is
talking about, just
the courthouse.
courthouse and
The
elected
ones that-
officials?
Anybody that you've not already taken to the midpoint or adjusted is, you know, those are
This
done.
is the rest of the people
Okay.
that we're talking about,
Right.
like clerk's office and,
Okay, but you're talking, you said people that have not got to the midpoint yet.
Correct, if there's any position in the system that's not yet
At the midpoint,
at whatever point we set, then they're affected by it.
and that could be 911, could be the sheriff department, but I don't think so.
Doubtful, but yeah, you're right.
That's not gonna be right.
What about the employees, the longevity that they've earned and have been here for how many years aren't gonna get a penny and they're being penalized because they've been here 10, 12, 15 years, aren't gonna get a penny. It's the new people that,
so are we not taking that halfway between low and midpoint? Just via base pay, we're figuring in longevity?
No, it only is base. The longevity, they still get on top of this.
Okay.
That's separate.
That's
That doesn't
fine.
involve this, unless you decide to change the 8.5 to 20 like we talked about earlier. That's a separate change. That does have a price tag. I think it's, system-wide of 150,000. But that doesn't affect elected officials, so.
And let me ask this question just for conversation. You say you go 25%, why don't we go 40% and not go the full 50%?
I can put 40 in there.
But haven't we
And Earl,
already
I know where
been
Earl's coming
figuring
from. We saw
everything
it
out?
last
but
year.
discussion, I
We had to send
guess.
people home brokenhearted because we didn't have the
Just
money.
for illustration, it's a good illustration.
But I do understand, I believe what Anton's saying is that at the end of the year, the taxes that comes in will, I think we're moving to a very, I don't wanna say a comfortable position financially, but I think we are gaining ground.
So, to answer your question, if you use 40% as your target, now remember, we talked about the 125 number,
Yes,
and that was gonna be about right, with 12, it was halfway to the midpoint. If you go it's 40% of the total, so it's, the way it's split is weird to describe, but if you go, let's see, 25 is halfway, so, you know, 3/4 to the midpoint. Then your general fund impact is a total of 233,000.
at just 40,
Right.
well, I thought you said that 50% was only at 171,000, is that right?
Well, that was 25 that we talked about the other day. It was under that 125,000
I
target.
only give elected official maybe $900.
Right. Now, if you go any higher than that, then that number goes up, and it would go to 233. And that's at 40, what I'm saying is 40%, which is about 3/4 of the way to the midpoint. Example, assessor, then that would be a $5,900 increase at that point, okay? Auditor, $5,300. Your commissioners,
Just for the record, guys, I still wouldn't make $45,000.
it'd just be almost, yes, it'd be just about 45. Commissioners, it would be about 4,900 each, council, 29. You know, but then your treasurer, your clerk, that would match whatever the assessor is looking at. Let's see, treasurer is actually 4,900. Recorder is 4,900. So you are getting more into an impact, but just by virtue of upping the percent, you're gonna obviously be putting more money into it. And that's how it works.
Can we kind of table this so we can do the highway department? Would that be?
Well, sure, I mean, we can discuss this if we're
Right,
hanging around.
I feel like this is kind of a discussion that needs to be after everybody's gone
Postpone,
through, yeah. Greg, you wanna go?
I appreciate it. I knew Greg was hanging around, I didn't know if he wanted to add us on the back or hit it in the
She
face.
said that to get
Thought we
commission.
were already doing that. I thought we already.
Greg, did you get my email?
I did it.
Okay.
And
Did you have a chance to look over that?
I did, and I would like the council to indulge me just a little bit, to speak. And here's the reason. I think you should, make some other considerations. First, I thank you for, the generosity, but the highway department, is part of your public safety system, whether you want to consider that or not. We do not work 24 hours a day. We're not scheduled 24 hours a day, but we are called out 24 hours a day, and my people are expected to jump and run at any time. I put in, somewhere in the neighborhood personally, 105 to 130 hours every 2 weeks, because my people decided they don't want to answer the phone and go out and cut trees in the middle of the night. What I did originally, and I provided that to the council ahead of time, is tried to spread a little bit of a raise out to everyone. I would like for you to look at my first proposal and consider that. I lost another person Monday. I was notified that I was actually going to lose a truck driver. He gave 2 weeks' notice. So that puts me down to any one given day of putting 12 people out at a time. When I had a full staff and was operating with all my part-time people, I could put, I had 28 employees, but that was counting my office staff. But we are at a crash and burn point. We are unable to do any projects and anything else. If we're doing a project, it's all hands on deck. I can't mow, I can't patch. If I'm patching or mowing, then I can't do projects. And saying, if I'm using the paper, if I'm using the chip box, that takes every soul that I have. But we need to do something to try to retain what I have and possibly gain some employees. And I think everyone should get every dime that they can get, because we don't work for enjoyment, we work to take care of our families. And if it wasn't for that, there's no need to work. So when I look at the wage study, I would love to sit down and call people, assistant superintendents and foremen and et cetera. But then I get to the point, everybody's not going to be able to share even a small raise. And I feel like if we don't give everybody something, then we should give nothing, because they're going to leave. So what we proposed to start with is to take my assistant superintendent to operator high, instead of taking him to a super into that level. And then I had first said dissolve 3 foreman positions, but after speaking with you, Anton, I think it's probably better to dissolve 2 foreman positions and take my road foreman, shop foreman into operator high. Then my proposal would be to take all of my operators to the midpoint, vacate 1 truck driver, promote 3 truck drivers to operators, transfer that 1 truck driver to secretary low. And we've discussed the need for that. And what I proposed also adds a laborer back that I just basically fouled up and dropped off last year. I didn't intend to, but
Yeah, I remember there was a gentleman.
I made a mistake and dropped a laborer, so it adds that person back. the total that I would be asking for is, for the wage line would be $930,949.76. And doing that, what's that? There is well, no, there's a difference because we took Kevin out of it. It's 30,000. I'm sorry, we were figuring on somewhere around $30,000 difference in the wage that I requested last year in wages.
Increase or decrease?
Huh?
What was it? It was a net increase?
Increase. I feel like I'm not gonna have any employees, or I can tell you I'm not gonna have any employees if we don't do that. What that does for the operators, ladies and gentlemen, is gives them a 78-cent raise. It's not huge, but, it's something.
What would that make them to?
It would bring them to 1783.8. We also propose to bring, laborers, they're not even to the low point, but we would propose to bring them to the low point. And that would bring them to $15.
How many laborers you got listed down there?
As of today, none.
I mean, but
Pardon?
what did you have figured?
4.
4? And how many
We would have a total of, 1 hole patcher, 16 operators at the midpoint, 4 laborers at the low point, 2 foremen at the high point, and then, the 2 office at mid and 1 at low.
Now, Greg, by doing this, I know you're giving your employees a bump. Is that gonna help with new employees, or have we even got the funds for new employees? Have we got line items, or have we got open positions that's not been filled? Let me ask that.
So I have, 3 laborers positions open, right now, 2 truck drivers, or 3 now, soon to be 3.
So you're gonna have 6 positions here possibly to advertise.
Yes.
And so if this goes through, it'll give you a little more, bang for your buck.
I believe we may attract a few more employees if we're able to bump this a little. It's not as attractive as some places that we go. I will tell you, and some may disagree, but I'm speaking for the people of my department. My guys like our benefit package.
Yes.
They like our insurance package, they like the free clinic. Since I have been there, ladies and gentlemen, we have had 3 people stay long enough to retire. I have another gentleman that's been there 33 years, that will retire in the next 4 or so months. And I have another one not too far behind him. I think our employees consider the highway department a pretty good place to work, or they wouldn't have stuck around for as many years as they did. But when you can just jump across, just like the sheriff's department, EMS is involved with it and make that much more money. But I do believe I can still attract people, and I have people that will stay with their skill sets, for what I'm asking this to be bumped to.
And your budget will sustain that.
Well, what we do know, and Jim can back this up, my budget is what it is. We can predict about to the dollar what we're gonna get in every month. Yes, I do believe, yes, my budget can sustain this, but one also has to realize I'm taking X out that's not gonna be anywhere else, because I'm not gonna get any more. But ladies and gentlemen, if you don't have employees, you're not gonna fill potholes, you're not gonna cut brush, and you're not gonna pave any roads.
Okay, do we need a motion on this? Or you guys?
Well, we need to reorganize this like we did for the sheriff and figure out the exact dollars. If you're ready to do it, let's do it, so.
But before you
Yes.
do that, Greg is the only department head that has not requested a raise for himself, and I feel that we need to address that. And
So,
$3,000, $4,000, $5,000, he's the lowest paid appointed position other than, maintenance, I believe. So I want you to take a serious look at that.
what kind of level do you think would be appropriate,
I
Gary?
would like to see him at least 4,000, possibly 5,000. I think Chris has requested 65, Greg's at 52, and the guy works 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. As you just heard, he's putting in, 100+ hours every 2 weeks. That's way more than any of us are doing.
So right now, it's at 51,598. What would be a good number? Just your recommendation on a number to put in there?
Let's put 5,000 in there, Anton.
Okay. And I'm just doing this for illustration, to
Sure.
get the numbers going.
And obviously, anything we do to this budget hurts the taxpayers that less that they get on the street. But we have to take care of our people the best we can.
What'd you say the raise was,
You had it at
51?
52,702.
What now?
Base was 51, something, 494 something.
And by
Yeah,
taxes, you mean
yeah.
excise tax, cause the property tax doesn't go into this.
No, no.
That's excise tax, yeah.
When I was asking Commissioner Burton about, I was talking base pay. I'm not talking longevity, that's separate. You're talking the base.
Right.
Right. That number you have is the total with longevity.
The
What was on the
52,700.
budget then, that's the.
That's what included longevity on the old amount. So if we're gonna add 5,000 then to the base pay, then the new total for that part of the budget is 57,702.
I think we would find if we looked at all 92 counties, or even looked at those counties that have our population and have our employees, that he's probably the least paid in the state. I think Morgan County pays $92,000, I believe it is, for their highway superintendent. I know it's a lot, but you still have 600+ miles of road, and we could gain more once this thing is changed and settled. And I mean, personally, I'm just speaking out, I have no problem with that. If Greg is satisfied.
All right, so now looking at the kind of the different positions within the department. All right, so you're gonna keep the hole patcher position, right?
Yes, but I did have a question. For your
Okay.
part-time lines that you have, what would the pay be for the part-time truck and hole patcher? And would there be a difference between part-time hole patcher and part-time laborer?
Well, we've not had a part-time laborer, so to say.
Right, but I wanna make sure that
Um,
part-time hole patcher's not gonna make more than our
But-
full-time laborer.
Part-time laborers, or the full-time labor rate and the full-time hole patcher are the same. So if you did part-time, they'd probably be the same.
They should be.
So even though the job's a little different, the pay seems to be the same. Now, on the structure, looking at that, hole patcher, the hole patcher midpoint was 16.667. The laborer is also 16.667. So both in our current structure and the rate we pay now for hole patcher versus laborer is the same. The target rates are also the same between the two. So they must be, if you look at the duties and responsibilities, there's similarities there, and that's probably why they're the same. And if that's, still good, then you'd want to set it accordingly.
I do, it is in my opinion that they should be dropped back to part-time laborers, because that would make the part-time hole patcher make more than my full-time laborers, and I don't think that is proper. Because we've gotta figure what the part-time laborers, as far as our numbers, would be $15 if we took them to low.
Yeah,
Can
and
I interject something there? They are part-time, have no benefits, anything else.
That is correct.
I reckon if I was working there and I was making 50 cents less than a part-time person, I would feel, well, that I get insurance, holidays, vacation, which it might not come in one's mind of thinking, but I just said that.
Okay.
I mean, I understand where you're at.
well, so then this is one of those unknowns, because back when the report was put together, we didn't have that part-time in there, so we don't have an actual classification.
I understand.
So we need to assign a classification in some fashion to do that. It's definitely the labor trades class. But whether that's an A or a B or a C, that's the part we don't know, and we need to come up with what that might be. I know the full-time hole patcher is a B, a labor trades B. So it wouldn't be any higher than that.
Okay, then that's fine.
So just keep it, you think keeping it the same, because it is a skilled trade. So, okay. So I'm gonna put that in. And then truck drivers are labor trade C. Is that for part-time versus full-time still good?
Yes.
This one's two. 90 days of insurance.
This year.
I'm assuming he submitted that.
That's good, because we're working.
Council, I'm getting a lot of pressure from the public here that his salary needs to be at $60,000. I'm just throwing that out there because I'm getting pressure from elected officials in this room saying that he's not getting a fair shake. Greg's fought me on this wage, but I'm gonna throw that out there.
I think it's reasonable.
I agree, Chuck, I do.
I agree.
Council, Gary and I respectfully, I'm not gonna be like everybody else, love to have as much money as I can make, but my money doesn't sustain that.
I appreciate that.
In the story,
I appreciate
I
that.
personally appreciate what you're saying, but my money cannot sustain that.
But if you
Will it
have a-
sustain 56,000?
So,
I need time to do some, I'll need to
Good,
sit
then
down.
let's use that.
Sheila, what do you
I
think?
think he's already calculating that right now.
Yeah, let's try to stick with that, Chuck.
I need to see the totals that we come up with. Once I see the total, I can tell you.
Let him run the numbers, he's good at it.
Okay, once I see the total number, I can tell you.
so if you have a couple people that are gonna be retiring off of this list, that's gonna open up some more
There'll be
funds
some
to go
opportunity there.
toward you. Cause you're gonna, your
longevity's gonna
bringing
go
down
away,
your
yeah.
longevity and the dollar amount would start back down at the base pay, not versus what they're getting now, so that's probably a few more $1,000 that could go toward yours. If they're gonna be quitting, like you said, you know, you're gonna gain that amount, and I know you don't have a whole lot of extra cash, but it's a way to increase your base, just.
In that vein, two people are gonna retire next year, is that correct?
I have one that's already notified me he is retiring, and I've got one that, has enough years and has told me that they're contemplating.
The
They're gonna
one
see.
who has told you he's retiring, do you know if they selected a month yet?
He has told me either December or January. It would be my hope that it's December, but.
Well, of course, but I mean, even in January, that would reduce a huge amount on a new employee as opposed to one's retiring.
But it, unfortunately, council, I mean, we've talked about time that has been gained and, not
That's what I was
addressed over the
wondering.
years. There is a huge payout with this employee.
Can I just make one point that I've made before? Folks, going into tough times, this is probably the last time for a few years that we're gonna be able to do anything like this. And that's the truth. Anybody wants to, challenge me on it, I can show you the GDP numbers, okay? I can show you the inflation rate numbers, and I can show you where the stock market's at. Anybody doesn't believe that this isn't coming, they are sadly mistaken. So at this time, when we have the ability to do it, we should most likely do it.
All right, so part-time, I've got that programmed in here now, we got the classification, but here's the thing. What we already voted on the other morning, there's a substantial amount of increase for these part-time already. So I would encourage you to maybe consider looking at that, because that may automatically fix itself. So for instance, again, this is using our 12% we were talking about earlier and all that. Your part-time rates right now for like the hole patcher or laborer in this case, currently it's 12.127. For truck drivers, it's 12.634. But based on what we already kind of agreed to the other day, it would take the hole patcher laborer to 15.4, and it takes the truck driver to 16.48.
I can live with that.
And if that's a good with you,
We can live.
it magically matches, okay? So let's write that down.
And Todd, can we just go to labor only and forget this?
Yeah, we can certainly call it a laborer.
Yeah, let's do.
It's just already been hole patcher,
Yeah,
so.
let's eliminate that.
You're kind of figuring out, Anton, it's the 12%?
Yeah, that part that we've already kind of been working off of, that's what the rates would be now anyway. With, that's already your baseline, because we already decided to do that. So those are the rates, without you asking for any more, they're already set. And if those are acceptable, then bingo, right?
Yes.
So,
I think Greg's
yeah.
got a payroll number total that he's trying to live with.
Yes,
All this falls
well,
into
we'll know, hopefully.
Right.
It goes into that because those positions are good. So now let's think about hours. We talked about that.
Chuck has something.
Yes,
I'm sorry, before we move on from that, when we kill from the patch, that was set up because it was going to be a seasonal thing.
Yes.
If we remove that, is that going to affect you at all?
Labor's still labor as far as.
That's what I got, but the reason why it was set up that way is because, you know what I mean, because it was seasonal, it was direct, it was 3 months only.
Right.
Right, in regard to that, I'm only asking for so many hours, and it's.
I'm just making sure
So
that
I
you're
would-
comfortable with it disappearing now.
Although it's just labeled part-time laborer.
yeah.
It needs to be seasonal because that allows me to work different hours. If it's not seasonal, I have to work 32. If it's seasonal, then I can work a part-time person the same hours that I do my regular guys. I could work
That's why I'm
them.
asking.
Yes.
Yeah, that's gonna, as long as your job description says that and they've got that recorded that way,
Okay,
that's
very
fine,
good.
that's fine.
We do that whole patching thing, Chuck, and the guy's gonna say, well, I'm not doing anything but whole patch, because that's what my job title is.
Labor is
No,
certainly
that's
more
fine.
broad,
You only set it up for seasonal, and that's what I was worried about.
and maybe your full-time should also just be changed to labor. I mean, the rate's the same.
Exactly, because if you
Yeah.
stick them on the end of a weed eater.
You're a weed eater.
That's right. it's still labor.
Right,
So
right.
we need to look at that.
So you said, yes,
The line itself is titled seasonal part-time,
there you go.
Yeah.
generic.
Yeah.
That's how it's already set up, so it doesn't say labor.
Mine is
or
just generically, it's either part-time or full-time on mine, but that doesn't mean, okay. So,
My apologies then, I just was trying to make sure.
No worries.
good, it's good to make sure. So you said that on both of those type of part-time positions, you were targeting about 3 people maybe for 9 weeks at 40 hours a week.
That is correct.
So we're at 1,080 hours for each group, okay.
Be 3 truck drivers, 3 laborers, yes,
Right.
for 8 weeks.
All right, so let's plug in the new rates. All right, so that new rates plus the hours or multiplied by the hours is gonna bring your seasonal part-time line item to 34,431. Okay.
Somebody did a jackpot machine.
It sounds good.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go to the full-time hole patcher that we have down on the thing. Are you gonna change that job to a laborer? Or are you leaving?
Structure, they're gonna be the same.
If with the new structure, they're gonna be the same, then yes, it just needs to be,
So change it to a laborer,
yes.
okay?
Quit.
It's old. Don't blame
All righty,
me.
bear with me. All right, so for the full-time previous hole patcher position to new, it also had just fallen inside of that range we voted on the other day. It was going to not be a big increase, about 500 a year, but it was gonna bring that rate also up to that same 15.4 per hour. And 15.40 an hour, and your laborers, that's also, of course, the same target for those full-times. They also had a small increase as it was. Each of them was about 800. So is that still good, or are you wanting to do something different with that?
We had actually brought that up because they weren't even at low point, so I brought them up to low. We can look at.
Well, and this brings them to low and up a little bit from that. That's why it's a positive number for them. Their target low point was 15 an hour.
Right.
But based on what we had kind of, where we drew our line, it's taking it to 15.40.
That'll work.
Okay.
So now we'll have 5 labor positions. Did you guys approve the request for the additional labor?
Haven't gotten there yet,
Okay.
but yeah, hold that thought.
That was your earlier miss.
Was it?
Yeah, you left it.
Well, you didn't bring me any pizza.
It wasn't for you.
All right. All right, so I've got 4 laborers at the moment, stay with me, and I've got them at the 15.4, and we're gonna total this together. So now, you wanna add a laborer, you wanna have another 5th position, right? Is that coming from it, is that trading out something else, or where's that exactly coming from?
That was, as we discussed, I had thought we had another labor in budget last year, and I lost a laborer because. So that was just adding the person back.
Okay.
Okay, council members, we're going to go ahead at this point, we'll just withdraw that request.
So you don't want a 5th laborer?
Withdraw.
In that case, the director's pay should go to 60, please.
All right. All right, so we got the laborers taken care of. Now, you've had a mechanic's position.
Yes.
What's going on with that?
We need that to stay an operator right now. The person that is preparing to retire the next 4 has been the mechanic for now 33 years, but at operator's pay, and that needs to stay at that until the next budget.
So the job description and the labeling is currently mechanic.
Yes.
And the rate happens to match operator anyway.
Okay.
So, this is for 2023.
Yes.
So that individual, will they be retired? Will they touch 23 or are they gonna? Potentially. Okay. So are you wanting to reclassify that then as an operator?
Now, I don't care that it stays classified mechanic, but at this point in time, because of the retirement, the pay needs to stay at the level it is instead of brought to the mechanic level.
Okay.
We're concerned about that buyout and increased wages.
Cause, yeah, it would be high.
It would be high.
Well, then,
Keep the cost down.
I'd suggest you just leave it as mechanic, since that's what it is, but if you're not wanting to change the rate, then that's your call.
Yeah, I don't wanna change the rate. It needs to say if the operators get the raise, then that job needs whatever the small raise is, but I don't want to reclassify it to the wage study at this time.
So let's talk about operators next, then. At the moment, you have 14 operator positions.
Yes.
Now, the way we do our ranking, you've got, one of them is your assistant superintendent, and then you have basically 3 foremen. So let's handle the foreman and those leadership positions first. How are you wanting to structure that?
I would like to see the assistant superintendent and the road foreman taken to operator high. which is a lower wage than if you take it to the wage study under assistant superintendent. But a significant raise as to what they're making.
Okay. So we assistant superintendent. And then
I believe we're labeled shop foreman.
shop foreman is going away?
No, it could, I want to keep my assistant superintendent, we could either call it foreman or the person that's being paid shop foreman, that position would remain foreman at operator high. Or I could call him whatever you want, but that's the way the wages fit.
This one right here is classified as shop foreman.
Okay, it's the one, we're talking about the position right now classified as shop foreman.
Keep that one.
Yes.
Okay. Number 3. The other two would not have any specific designation one way or another.
No.
Just regular operators.
Back to operator.
Okay. Okay, so both the road foreman and the shop foreman under the new structure are labor's trades level F. Okay, so they're both in that, they're both paid the same, no matter what you call it.
Right.
And under our current structure, and what the decision we already made would be, those would already get a decent increase, and the new rate would be $20.38. So is that where you want that? That's the starting point we've already approved, so it's gonna at least be that already. And is that?
Well, we used midpoint with that increased pay, and our figures came with your midpoint to start with at $19.62.
Because the midpoint for those is 22.
Excuse me, high.
For the foreman, he's going off the foreman. If we keep him as operators.
Operator, we wanted to pay operator high.
Well, it's gonna get awfully confusing if we start mixing different types of terms, so at the moment, if they stay foreman and you're looking at that range of pay, the low is 19.851, the high is 24.263. So that's your range for a foreman. And we already, based on what we already are at least giving you or what we've approved, it's taking it to $20.38 an hour. So you're wanting to go higher than that essentially. What's the rate of pay you're wanting?
The rate of pay that I wanted, you said 20 was I was asking for 1962.
Okay. Because that's not the high point anyway for those, so.
We were using operator.
I see.
Operator high.
A different, okay.
Yes.
Well, it's not that far off from what we've already done, so I don't know if you wanna just stick with that for now, or?
We're talking about 18 cents here.
I think, yeah, well, within $1, it's $20.38 an hour.
No, that's fine.
Talk to me, Rachel.
It's an open discussion. This is your chance.
Here's the issue that I have, everyone. I wished we would have talked about this during wage study or something, because we prepared our budget ahead of time, we had it in on time, and we used numbers that we thought we could live with. I was on a situation, the morning the budget hearing started, and I could not be here because we had a problem out in the county up around Quincy. We had a vote in regard, the council had a vote in regard to what you were gonna do. And it didn't match, and it hasn't matched what we have turned in. And as our emails, I appreciate the generosity. But we spent many hours on this budget. We just didn't haphazardly
Sure.
turn it in. And I feel like.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
No,
That's good.
You know, so.
Yeah.
We were trying to make numbers fit, so I had a bottom line that we thought we could live with for.
Well, and what we're trying to do here is trying to get things plugged in, convert things and get them into a fashion where we can confirm those numbers.
I am absolutely not trying to be
No, it's okay.
out of the way, so go ahead and
No.
figure them at the titles they're called.
We've got all afternoon, so nothing wrong with that.
Plug them in, as you've said, I know it's only.
I think you're inflating something there.
And on you might have.
And Commissioner Burton is paying for dinner, so stick around. All right, so basically, if you're looking at foreman and you're wanting a rate, you're already at 2038. Do you want more than that? Or do you want to leave it at the 2038?
No more.
So leave it, okay. 2038.
By the way, we do appreciate the effort, amount of time you put into that.
Mm-hmm.
Staying within your budget.
He had a sheet in your files that has all the positions that he keeps talking about, if you guys haven't, it does make it easier to.
Yeah, it's right behind his.
All right, so that takes care of the two leaderships. The other ones are, one moment.
Then we need to discuss operators.
Yes, but one moment. All right, so we have the two kind of, I'll call them leadership type positions, foreman. You've got currently those two, and then you'd have 12 other operator positions at the moment. So how many operators should you have then with your proposal?
16, right?
Yes, 16 total.
16, that includes the two leadership? The foreman?
Yes. It did not include the assistant superintendent.
Or the foreman.
Those two took it out. In regard to the mechanic, we don't need to discuss that right now. I had him listed as an operator in my proposal.
Right, I still have that as a mechanic, and we're not touching that one. So I have 14 operators at the moment. 2 of them are the leadership positions we just talked about.
Okay, we have proposed adding the truck drivers as operators will be 15.
So 15 total. Plus the 2 leadership.
Yeah.
So 17 total, but 15 non-leadership.
Yes.
Okay.
So your original sheet that you give versus the 930,949 that you use today, all of this, and the only difference is 4697 plus yours. That's not, I mean, you've already gained, I think, more in just moving people around.
You said 4697.
All right, so of the 3 truck drivers that you are, those positions that you're changing, I've got 2 of them as currently being filled and then the other is empty, is that correct?
Yes,
One filled and one vacate.
one vacated. We really only have one person right now in that position.
We have 2 open truck drivers positions, and I have a person that's in a position right now. And then we requested to vacate 1 truck driver for the office staff.
Got it, but I've had 2 active truck drivers listed but you only have 1 currently. Who's the only one left?
Danny Kettner.
Kettner, the Ed is gone.
McGill, he's been moved to operator.
And that was done earlier as just normal change?
Yes.
Okay.
It's on your recall. Hey Gary, on his figuring, the redevelopment budget, I think we're just gonna enter what was last year. It can be adjusted because we really don't have any concrete numbers or plans and I don't.
Craig didn't turn anything in then, apparently not, okay. Yeah, that's fine. The biggest discussion of that was from me being on the redevelopment, I know Polly's there as well, we were looking at they should pay that 125 out of their own budget.
And that was part of the discussion yesterday as far as when they were up.
That's an additional $125,000 to be saved. That's my bucket description, not that I get one.
Well, I mean, again, we gotta enter something so it's in the totals. That's one place that we could leave that in there, so when we do advertise now, we at least have an extra 125,000 in, because we're taking these down to kind of the pinpoint numbers, so that would gain us 125,000.
Every penny we get.
All right, so back to the truck drivers. I've moved 3 of those positions to operator. One of them is someone's in, so they went with it. You already had another vacant operator, I put Ed in that. So that's been updated. And I think that completes the total number of operators. I've got 17 total, 2 of them are leadership.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so now to the rates. Let's go back to that part, right? So operators, under what we voted on the other day, they already were at a certain level that they did not fall into that change. So here is where, you know, whatever rates you're looking at, you'd have to make a decision. The midpoint for them is 17.
We were proposed to take the midpoint to the 17.80.
Okay. So you're wanting midpoint on the operators?
Yes, that would be a 78-cent raise.
Take a look at that here. 17,838.
I'm sure the council knows, but one of the things that concerns me anytime that we add, and the reason I'm trying to be so cautious, we can pretty much figure month to month what our revenue is going to be, and outside of budget, we only, with what we have proposed, only gives us about $300,000 worth of discretionary money.
You don't have a lot of wiggle room.
No.
Enough to increase that pay back to $60,000 for the appointed as requested by the Commissioner Gary Burke. Is that good?
I love those, Chuck.
Alrighty, so, I've got those now at 17.838, and then I have the 2 leadership with the additional needed to get them up to the amount. Well, of course, that did push them closer without that adjustment, so let's go back to those 2 leadership spots. Then what was your target again?
My target for the 2 leadership spots were $19 and, .622, that was,
your original.
yes, we used operator high there.
So we had 2038 original minus. All right, they're not as under, but they were still a little under, so I'm just gonna keep the total the same as we mentioned. Okay. All right, so that takes care of all that. So back to truck drivers, just to make sure now, because you had another swap.
Yes.
So there were 2 more truck driver positions, because there were 5 still active. 3 of them we moved. So now there's 2 of them left to confirm what to do with. So you're gonna take one of those and make it a support position.
Supports, yes.
And we talked the other day about that. You were gonna align that with the same type of duties as your current secretary that's in the office.
That's correct.
Okay.
Well, he's working on that, so we may hear about Lee and John passing away, how about that, huh? Doesn't that make a few of us feel a little,
Olivia. I'm not that young, I'm just kidding. Jeez. Crap.
All right, so that position, I'm guessing you want that to match what the newest rate was for the secretary?
We actually,
At the low end.
at the low end is what we put it in as.
Okay,
I mean, we can, let's, if you're bringing everybody to a certain level, just.
I really,
Just bring that person
as,
back.
and you, in general, where I'm gonna vote for this anyway, but
Right,
I really, my suggestion is keep it consistent as much as possible
that's fine.
to keep it, okay. So with that, we're gonna take that other position and put the same dollar amount in. Okay. All right, and then we talked about we're gonna vacate the fourth truck driver position to do that. What about the final truck driver position?
We need to vacate that position.
So that's just gonna be eliminated? Okay, all right. So let's just do a quick total here, cause I think we're done with the detail. I don't think we missed anything, okay. So we have 4 full-time laborer positions, right? We have 1 mechanic.
Yes,
We have 15 operators, and we have 2 foremen,
yes,
okay? We have 0 truck drivers.
yes,
We have a pool of part-time laborers, and we have a pool of part-time truck drivers.
yes,
We also have another office secretary.
yes.
and a partridge in a pear tree?
Got it, okay.
So there are 3 people in the office.
Alrighty. So let's do the math. And what do we have to work with here? Regular wages, there's only 1 line item here, right? Okay.
We stay in that, needs to be paid. Let's get rid of something.
It's the operator.
Yes,
And then help them, but
same rate.
For clarity like this, probably, but for payroll, I bet.
All right. What was your total that you said this was all gonna add up to?
Well, what we submitted.
What we submit is different than what we've done here today.
Right, but what was your total? Or did you have one?
We were looking at 939, 49, 76.
I came up with 930, 539, which is pretty darn close.
Yeah.
What do you think? Considering how many positions and how much money we're talking about. So, I would suggest we figure that, but then I want you to take another look at the employee level detail with the numbers we've talked about to make sure that things have fallen, again, assuming the council votes for it. But I would encourage you to go back through it line by line And if there's anything that's weird, we need to get that fixed. But I think we're it has to be pretty much it, as close as that is. So let's put that in. 9:30, 5:38, or 5:39. And then FICA is figured on that. And, also the overtime. So the next decision is what you wanna do there. It looks like it was the same.
Can I interrupt? With the number difference that we have to the positive, I'd still like to see the appointed pay at 60,000. Because right now it says 57,702.
Okay.
You wanna put that in motion, Chuck?
We're still in a budget hearing, so I don't think it needs a motion, I think it just needs a consensus.
Are you wanting the net total at 60? That includes the longevity, or were you talking base pay?
That's the base.
Base pay, okay. And the only reason why I say that is because, before we were talking gross pay. So,
No, we were talking base pay before as well.
okay. Well, and just to clarify, the number that's on that though is the net.
It's both, yes, I get that.
Right, so, okay. So 60,000 even for the base.
Yes.
Okay. Is that okay? 60 for the base. Okay. So the amount for the budget line item would be 61,104.
And the appointed pay?
Yeah. 61,104. All right, so overtime, are you still looking at that 58.4 figure, or is anything different with that?
No, we think that's good. Even with the increased council, we're well within our overtime now.
Okay. All right, so FICA is figured on everything, overtime and the seasonal, and that should be 82,962. Perf is figured on everything but the seasonal, so that comes in at 117,605. And I don't, since our conversation the other day, there wasn't any other changes to the other line items. So the bottom line I have is 2,873,488.
Well, they've already, I have different rates than what they even said, so they must have changed.
Are there other things that have changed?
So that's what I'm needing to know.
Okay.
So, I have 61,104, 935, 39, 82, 962, 117,605, 58, 4, 34, 431, and then is that 6,000 still? 75,000. Don't do that.
Yeah, she has a different.
Yep. 377, 870. 40,000. 150,000. I think it just may have been that one line item. 100,000. 20,000. Culverts, sewer pipe,
Oh, yeah.
115,000.
Yep.
Bituminous. 20,000, 30,000. 19,200. 0.
Correct.
40,000, 55,000, 25,000. Whoops,
200.
there we go. $50,000, 5,500, 16,000, 56,653, 2,000, 150,000.
Alright, so let's, on group insurance, let's make sure we have that now done because we've changed up the number of positions.
I have
22. So we'll have 25 total positions when we're all said and done. Times 7,791. So group insurance would be 194,775.
$2,918,263.
That's what I've got. So 2,918,263. I think workers' comp is still gonna be one of those numbers we're gonna figure later. And the same with the liability insurance, as well. And then do the math on.
Do they have those numbers in there now? I mean, they were.
Yeah, right now, there are the current ones that have kind of been there, but, we'll tweak them. And then we'll know what to do on the commissioner's budget.
Right.
The same with the health, we know now, what EMS was and highway. Now we can do the reverse math, and then whatever's left, we put it in the edit. Okay.
Gary, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
For next year, could you get these online?
Yeah, I'm not really sure whether or not, but I will find out.
I appreciate that.
I mean, we've had a.
You're talking about the monitors?
That's what he's talking about.
We asked IT, we let them know a month before the budget hearing that I would have my laptop up here and I needed to have this going and your screens, and he threw a fit and said he's not gonna redo things at the whim of whatever department wants to use the room. So that's what we were told.
We got two
So-
desktops down there that are already tied into all this system as well as the YouTube.
But it's not tied into my database, so like the spreadsheets I use and all of that, yeah.
So let me get this clear. They don't wanna do it?
It's not that they didn't want to do it, and I'll talk to them about it. The problem of it is, Nick, these monitors that you're looking at are tied into the two desktops that are underneath this system right here. They're not tied into the laptop.
And all I wanted was a cable to be able to plug it in, and it was too much.
I'm weird about it.
Yeah, well, I gotta be honest with you, these things have been here for 5 freaking years. And the only time we ever got to use them was the first year.
It's been a while.
It's been a while.
I know that Susan puts them up when she's up here.
Yeah, well, they're not on, and that's been frustrating every year.
So what changed then between the time from?
That's a good question. My guess is we had lost our own internal IT, I don't know.
Yeah.
But the thing is the first time they were up here, they worked. And then every year thereafter,
That
they
would be
didn't.
very helpful.
And by the way, this council did ask
Maybe a bigger monitor.
each year that be told to whoever does the IT.
We asked about that too.
Nobody calls asking
Rid
me
of these.
about this.
Well, I'm.
But we shouldn't have
it's
to
not hard
just
do.
ask you, we should be able to make those requests too.
Well, I mean, that's
And you
problem.
have a lot of time and giving them a heads up, I'm not talking like the day before and oh my gosh, no. I mean, they had well enough time and
And if we'd had the regular processor that was up here, it would have come up on everybody's monitors this way. It's just in order to keep these two working together,
Yeah, there's something.
we had to change it out.
Yep, I got it.
So we just need, again, to be able to hook into something else if we have, because we'll be bringing this back on the 12th and the October meetings also. If you would, please.
Oh, yeah, if somebody said that to me, I don't care, I'm on the
Take
spot.
a vote then and formalize this so we can.
Can't, right on the spot, you don't say that.
Okay,
I'll look into it.
so are we
Well, we're
done?
going to be it, so I don't know. So we need action on that.
Okay, so do we need a vote to formalize his budget then?
Are we finished?
We're done with highway, so if you're ready to make a
Okay,
motion,
you make,
yeah.
okay.
Can I ask before you do, Greg, are you good with these numbers that they've come up with? Is it, I never did hear a comment.
Well, Commissioner, that puts, over what we had worked with, $84,712, over
But
what.
you had a budget, that had 3,000 discretionary funds, is that not correct?
We have merely $300,000 discretionary, and in the highway department world, that's nothing. So.
This is.
Commissioner Burton, what's your opinion?
Well, every dollar that we take out of this budget, obviously, is less money we're putting on the roads for the taxpayers. I wanna make sure that Greg is comfortable with operating with this budget.
Greg?
Council, this is a true budget. I fully expect DGLF to look at this budget like they do every year and come back, and tell me to cut. And once DGLF looks at it, they tell me to cut. I mean, they're going to do that. This council knows that.
they always seem to do
That's
it.
every year since, I've sat here. I am as comfortable as I can be with any budget I submit. Therefore, I guess we submit it and we'll see what DGLF does. And then that's who the rules we're gonna live by.
Well, and I think the last few years, there hasn't been true revenue numbers put in there. That's what Jim and Gary and all of us said on the phone with DLGF last year, because we needed to increase the revenue, because that's how comes they were turning their budgets down. So I think it's important to make sure that we get those right.
Any kind of miscellaneous surplus money coming back in, make sure your revenue, numbers, on that end are the best they can be. That's good, that's helpful. But at the end of the day, the biggest source is the state determines that, and it is what it is, and it's not enough, never is. So
Well, it's not just our county, it's all.
I will absolutely tell you between.
Well, they gotta fill that slush fund.
Staff,
Yeah, the billion.
especially right.
What do they got now, $1.5 billion, $2 billion, $3 billion?
Yeah,
That's
about 5 million.
You know, why don't we walk up there and just scream at them, you build a jail?
Do we wanna go point, so are we,
I would like to open that discussion again in regards to,
I mean, are we gonna formalize highway before we
do we have to take a vote?
Yes.
read?
Oh, well, I make a motion, then we accept their presentation and all that was figured in.
Do we have to go back to the regular meeting, or do we do that in this meeting?
this is just a part of the budget workshop.
Second.
Motion made and seconded, any discussion? All those in favor? Are you yea or nay, Earl?
Nay, nay.
And
I
nay?
don't think,
3-2.
I just don't think it'll work.
State's gonna tell us.
Stay with us.
We'll just regroup and we'll go from there.
That's right.
Thank you for your work, appreciate it.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Greg.
Right, and go to-
Thank you, Gary.
Thank you, Chuck.
Thank you, Jim.
I don't have anything else.
So we had, you guys had said you would, okay, you were gonna review the treasurer's part-time, the check was 10,000. We needed to add the redevelopment fund, and nothing has been done with the lit project.
With the what?
The lit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay.
Well, on the treasures, part-time. She gave that up to get to full-time, so I don't think I wanna see it back in the budget this year. I mean, that's my feelings, because we negotiated that as well as we did with many other offices. I know we got a new treasurer coming on board. Have to play it by ear next year, but I mean, as far as this budget here, I would like to see that removed, that part-time. As far as the extension or the, chamber and the 10,000 they want, I'm a no on that. I mean, you guys can outbid me if that's what you want, but I believe that's a no. We talked to them, I believe it was yesterday, and they was adamant about getting that 10,000, but I mean, there's a lot of people maybe adamant about getting a raise, and it's not gonna happen. Third thing, Anton, the employees, did we give them that 1.12? Are we at that 12%?
Yes, so all the ones that didn't, I was looking through it now just to see where all we touched. Other than the individual changes we did, like for highway and 911 and those areas where we chose specific targets, everybody else that was not yet up to that line we drew the other morning has been brought up to that line and is in the numbers.
So if we
we're up
pass
to
this
date.
budget, it will be applied to every employee in the county, is that right?
That were not up to the line
Okay,
we drew.
That's not up to it, okay.
Now, there's gonna be, like, as we mentioned many times, if there's employees that were already above that line already, there isn't anything that's gonna change.
Yeah, they're
Okay.
gonna stay where they're at.
Right.
So nobody's losing anything.
No one's gonna lose
But
anything by
some
any
could
means.
be brought up to that percent.
Correct.
Okay, then we have, I think 12 elected officials that are, I hate to say part-time, but we're not full-time basis. And then I think we have 5 elected officials that are full-time. I think I would like to address, I hope we would address some kind of pay for these individuals. Even if it's on a flat basis and not a percentage of any sort. What if we look at $1,500 for each of the 12 elected officials that's not full-time? Maybe look at the elected officials that are full-time, which I think is 5, we might look at $4,000. Now, that's my suggestion, you know, and not go with any percentage or anything like that, just because they're out there in a different field completely. And I know that's probably not enough for the 5 elected officials, because some of them are looking at $10,000 and, you know, and what's required in that office.
If you go through that spreadsheet and look at how far everybody is from their midpoint, we're at 10,000. All these raises you've given, all those people are within 2,000 to 3,000 of their midpoint. Once again, we're the most underpaid in Owen County.
And Darcy, I appreciate it,
I-
but we didn't go to the midpoint on.
No, but they were within, starting to end within 2,000 to 5,000 from their midpoint. We're not even within 10,000.
Percentage-wise, you know, it was a quarter of the way, you know, to the midpoint from the employees.
But they were closer to their midpoint, I guess.
Yeah, well, their gap is not as big. Yeah, exactly. Their gap's not as big.
And I'm not saying that everybody here needs a raise, don't get me wrong. Everybody does. However, we're gonna get skipped over again. And you know, what's gonna happen next year? We're gonna sit down and have this same discussion next year. And guess what? It's not gonna be 10,000, it's gonna be 15 that we're under.
So I will put that in motion, and finally, if we need it in the motion, $1,500, I believe there's 12. Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, that are elected officials that are not full-time. I believe there's 5 that are, at $4,000 each. And I don't know how it fits in percentage, I don't know how it works up the line, and I know it's not what they're wanting, but I know you gotta start somewhere. Or we'll close this session and not get you anything, and I don't wanna do that.
So,
5 or 12.
I think it's going,
Seven council, 3.
yeah, 7 council, 3 commissioners,
Yeah,
there's a surveyor, and a coroner.
Thank you.
And then we have full-time treasurer, auditor, recorder, clerk, and assessor. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay, I got 7 council, 3 commissioners, 1 coroner, who was
Surveyor?
surveyor.
Surveyor, did I say, I don't know, I might be wrong, I'm sorry.
So that's the part-time you're talking about. And what were you talking about wanting to do for, I said, what were you talking about wanting to do for the part-time and then the,
$1,500
A year.
a year, put that right on top of their pay. I think we make 6,000, we might make 75 then. Then add $4,000 on top of pay of 5 full-time. You know, unless somebody wants to add, change, or whatever, that's a motion, so maybe we can go home this afternoon. And basically, on their pay, that is about a 10% increase. Because I think you're making, what, 38,000, and then you add that 4, that's about a 10% increase. Cost of living is like 10.1. Some claim it's 11.2. I have no idea, it just depends on what you buy.
Can I give mine to my staff? Can I give mine to my staff?
You gave yours to your staff?
Can I? That was my question.
I would, Sheila,
I
I'm
know.
your friend and I appreciate you, I'd rather for you not. I mean, if you wanna do it some other time, I feel that we need to get you that position because that's what you're worth. No, you're worth a lot more than that. Don't let me underestimate your worth. But I would like to see you take that, if you wanna give it to your church, that's fine. But
And the second point would be that if we're gonna do that for the other 4, we would do that for you. And because you're not a contract type of election person like the sheriff is, you wouldn't have that option to take that and place it anywhere else.
There's a motion on the floor.
I know, I still am,
there needs to be a second to further discuss this.
All right, second to further discussion.
There you go.
I count $38,000.
Nick,
Am I wrong?
I didn't discuss it.
So Nick, one more time, for the 5 kind of full-time administrative type positions, you're talking 4,000 each, so that's 20,000 there.
Yeah.
And then for the
7.
12, part-time, if you will, you're talking 1,500, and that is,
18,000.
okay, so that's 38,000 there. Now remember, your chief deputies to the 5 full-times are 85% of what they get. So they're also gonna go up.
So this isn't just the cost of it.
Alright, so 20,000 is the increased total.
They're gonna go
times
something like
25. So that's another 17,000.
Yep.
1700.
I'm doing the math. This is kind of off the grid here. 55,000. With FICA and perf and all that stuff, it'd be about a $67,000 cost overall.
67,000
Correct.
for just that?
Yes.
Cause you included the chief deputies too.
Right.
They would automatically go up,
85%.
and you'd have FICA and you'd have perf for all of them.
Well, the numbers are what they are.
Yeah.
Numbers are what they are, and if, look, I'm basing this on not just the number maintaining the 1.4, but we're gonna get more than that on, at the end of the year, in the taxes. And I think it's gonna be more than enough to cover. I think what we've already told is 253,000, was that correct? For the total of difference for all this?
No.
That's not what you said earlier?
170 and then 217 or something with some figures that, we worked in some figures, it's okay.
That part, no, but my concern is I cannot vote for a raise from myself, considering all the work we've done and everything we've tried to do for our employees. That's the last thing that I would vote for, in my opinion.
I'm kind of with you, Tom.
And I
know
know we're on the grid, but you know what, it's different if we plug in a higher percent and then we get part of that. That's more fair. But to just pick out ourselves in this, that's an absolute no for me. Now, as to the other officials, absolutely, I think it's a good thing, but again, part of the problem or part of the reason why we're in such a predicament over the years is that we haven't had a uniform structure to compensating people. And so you end up getting these gaps and voids where so-and-so and so-and-so should be at the same level, but they're not. And the elected officials have been left out and then they're not. And we're just, even though it does help in the short term, I really think in the long run, it just really makes it more complicated and more off than if we try to get it fixed. And I'd rather put the 67,000 into getting it at halfway to midpoint than the quarter to midpoint, is kind of what I'm looking at that number and I'm thinking that's the amount of difference it was to get it at 25, which did start getting into these officials. It was so close, make it 30. And that's only another